Hurricanes. So it's going to be interesting. The new bowler from the northern end, the Curtly Ambrose end, veteran Jamel Warrican.
Yeah, without the services of Akeem Jordan, who I thought was mightily impressive with the new ball in hand. First 5 overs against the Jamaica Scorpions, just conceded 17 runs. Warrican in this Barbados Pride team, he's more seen as sort of that economical option that builds pressure to take wickets from the other end. Just picked up 1 in the tournament so far.
But when you win the toss and elect to field first, your first thought is that within the first 5 overs, you should get at least 1 wicket. Within the first 10, 2. If you get anything more than that, it's a bonus.
In the gap. And will be runs for Kyron Powell. I think he will fancy himself in this matchup against the left-arm spinner, especially with just the 2 fielders outside the circle being in the leg side.
Those 2 men are on the leg side, deep mid-wicket and long on. So a big space outside of the circle on the offside.
Wanted the second, but Devon Thomas was sent back wisely in the end. Yeah, I think the Barbados player will look to it and in terms of where they went wrong against Jamaica, and think about the fact that they really had a decent hold and grip on proceedings up to that 35th over. And Shea Hope mentioned it in his post-match presentation. They lost the game in those last 10 overs where they conceded 104 runs. A single to end, 6 for none. Shamar Springer in today for his first game of the tournament. And it's interesting that they've included him today because I think they will look to those last 10 overs where they conceded the 104 runs and went out over 10, bowling to Robin Powell and Odin Smith. Springer is someone that can bowl those cutters and also execute those Yorkers. He's played the CPI level for a number of seasons. Have to rebowl that one. But Colin, even though this Zone B has been interesting, over in Trinidad and Tobago, Zone A has been equally exciting. 3 teams now on 8 points going into the second round. Only CCC yet to get off the mark. So the best 2 qualify to come here to Antigua for the semifinals.
And don't underestimate the CCC. They might just also do something of an upset. So yes, one of those teams will be eliminated. And maybe one of those big teams. This is going to be a quick run. I think a direct hit might have been interesting. Karen Powell called. A little bit of a hesitation from Devon Thomas. Might have been interesting had the wicketkeeper hit this. Now the ball died before it got his glove. Oh, he would have been dead.
I think it's an even more important game for the Barbados Pride because of the fact that they're going to lose Roston Chase, who, you look at the 2 games and his impact, he's been so important for them. Akeem Jordan not included in today's 11. Across the line, big risk for Kyron Powell.
And that ball is coming back into him. He is pulling the ball across towards the mid-wicket area. There is no real movement inwards to suggest that ball should be going over mid-wicket. That should have been played to the offside. Very fortunate not to have had an edge.
This time goes over mid-on, and this time executes a lot better. It's the first boundary for the Leeward Islands.
Well, I think that the bowler might just have made a little bit of a mistake. He pitched the ball up a little bit more than the previous delivery. And this time the arc was affected by Kevin Powell, the tall man. So once he hits it, it will remain hit. Bounce just maybe once or twice into the boundary. That's well played because the ball was pitched up closer to him on about off stump.
Colin, given that length, could he possibly send back that mid-on field and bring up the deep backwards square? Tell me after this delivery. Well, through to that fine leg region and another boundary. Kyron Powell dealing in boundaries at the moment. Consecutive boundaries to end, 16 for none.
Both Devon Thomas and Karen Powell are very aggressive batsmen, but one of them have got to set their store out to bat at least 40 overs here for a total of perhaps 240.
Goes big, and he's got that wind helping him as well, taking it over the boundary. It's good awareness from Devon Thomas, using the wind to his advantage. He's Antiguan, this is his home ground.
The wind is predominantly from the southeast, so directly over his right shoulder. And he knew exactly what he was doing here, a little bit aerial, high, but also out, 6.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, clear positive intent from Devon Thomas. 61-run opening stand in the last game with Ross Powell. And today already they're off to 22, so putting Barbados Pride on the back foot.
Yes, the aggression of these two batsmen, it could be worrisome if you're the captain and things are not going well. But if they're going well, both Devon Thomas and Kevin Powell, very, very astute at getting the ball in spaces. They hit the ball hard over the top. So bowling to them would be a little bit of a danger. Left arm spinner, Jamal Warrican, does not spin the ball that much. He's mostly flat. He keeps things relatively tame.
Down the leg side, and this will be more runs. A bit expensive from the Barbados Pride to start. We'll wait for the signal from the umpire, but leg by signal, so 6.5 runs per over. Well, you talk about making use of that power play. They're doing just that, the Leeward Islands. I think Thomas will also jog his memory back to just a year ago against this very Barbados Pride. 117 from 130 deliveries. And this is his last game before he heads out to Australia to be with the test team, so you'll want to capitalize. Chips it, and almost in the hand of Nicholas Curtin. Gets away with it to end the over. 26 for none.
This was nearly the first wicket for the Barbados Pride. Probably flicking it to mid-wicket, an outside part of the bat. The man at short extra cover coming across. Warwick thought he'd had his man, but that was a little bit shorter.
Early trouble for the Barbados Pride, and they've gone to Mr. Reliable, Mr. Austin Chase. He's picked up 6 wickets so far for the Pride with his off spin. Maybe fancying him against Kyron Powell, the left-hander. But both these openers off to a flyer.
Austin Chase is the everything man. He either bowls well, bats well, fields well, takes a fantastic catch. One of the best all-rounders in the West Indies. He's done tremendously well for himself. Almost always when he comes on, he makes something happen. But these guys have started very well. Kevin Powell wants to get some big runs. There were so many big hopes for him in his youth. Well, he's come back now. He's a more mature batsman. So time for him to really execute. There's been a good start. 4 overs, 26 for no loss. In the first 10, you should be looking for about 75. So not a bad start for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
That's it, that's it.
Yeah, overcast conditions still, so that would be something that I think the two teams will have to keep one eye on, just in terms of that rain. And I think that could be another reason why the Leeward Islands have come out firing. Colin, how much significance will it have on the mind of these two in the middle to think that just a year ago against this very team in a similar tournament, these two put on 58 in 9 overs. It was a similar fast start. Thomas got 100. Would that help them in any way?
Yeah. Of course it will. It's probably going to be running at least 2 here. These two would remember what they've done last year. Had a long conversation this morning with Stuart Williams, their coach, and he was also saying the same things. These guys have got to remember what we did last year. We beat them in every situation last year, Barbados that is. And Stuart Williams brought that up this morning in our conversation. So I'm sure he'd have told his openers that this is exactly what we want to do today.
Yes, man.
That one, bit of extra bounce, and Austin Chase does tend to get that being a bit taller.
The extra bounce, there it is.
Challenging that front pad, but maybe just doing a bit too much.
The tall man is Powell, should be pushing out a little bit more. Initial half step and then another half step. He's such a tall guy. He should be negating the spin at the pitch. No.
Good over to start for Austin Chase. 2 runs from it, 28 for none. Sunday in Antigua, and even though it's a bit overcast, still a good day for cricket, and always good when the CG United Super 50 Cup is happening. Good to see some tourists taking in the action as well. Yeah, Antigua's, Colin, as you would know better than most, a big cricketing country. And they produced someone like a Devon Thomas, Raheem Cornwall, Alzari Joseph, who continue to fly that flag so high. Fine leg up in the circle, so this could be more runs. Interestingly, Roston Chase very gingerly to approach that ball.
It could well be that the outfield is still a little bit damp. It hosed down last night. I was surprised, actually, that the outfield looked so good when we got here this morning. Some of the interested spectators, they might be supporting the Leeward Islands. The outfield looks really good considering all the rain we had last night. And the pitchers have played not quickly, but sufficiently good for the batsmen to be making shots and the bowlers to get some purchase.
I just think, I've traveled to Antigua now a couple of times, and you just hear how proud these people are in terms of their cricketing achievements. We speak about the present, but then the past. Sir Curtly Ambrose, Sir Andy Roberts, Sir Richie Richardson, Sir Vivian Richards. Those 4 nights alone, my goodness.
Well, think about what you've just said, in a country that has perhaps 120,000 people, you know. And to have produced such excellence for Antigua and Barbuda, Leeward Islands, and then the West Indies, tremendous.
Gets the reverse sweep out. Interesting, always tough as a left arm spinner from over the wicket to get that leg before decision. It goes the way of power this time. End of 6, 31 for none.
I am not a big fan of the reverse sweep. Maybe hitting outside off stump, just. I think he's very, very fortunate, Karen Powell. Might just have been outside off stump. Maybe he will stop that now and play proper, normal cricket.
Will be spin from both ends, continuing just the 2 overs for Ramon Simmons. Two is the call again. And they will get them quite easily. There has been minimal dot deliveries to start this innings, and I think that's why they've been so easily being able to score.
Captain Hope has just run up to have a word with his bowler. Perhaps he's saying exactly that. Listen, you guys are not tight enough. Remember, we won the toss. We have to be able to not only get a couple of wickets, hopefully in the first 10 overs, but we got to be tight. They're scoring way too easily, and there's been a change. The man moved from extra cover to short backward square leg inside the circle. The protectors are mid-wicket on the boundary. And then long off on the boundary, and maybe that's the ploy. Long on, sorry, on the boundary. So the ploy is the ball coming back into the right-hander.
We'll wait to see if it was wides given. May have come off the body. Does come off the body of Devon Thomas. And I think it's an interesting one, Colin Croft, because many will look at the approach of Devon Thomas. Was dismissed on the very first delivery in that first game. Kyron Powell has been out a couple of times playing or looking to play a bit more positive strokes. But in this initial 10 overs in 50-over cricket, just 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. I don't know if I'm fully against this positive approach because it takes pressure off of you in the middle overs.
Yes, man.
Yeah, you have a finite set of overs, 50 initially, but the first 10, you should at least score 50, especially if the opening pair is still at the crease. If they don't score 50, 60, something is not going right.
Get it now.
Really close. It may have actually just come off the fingertips of Shamar Springer. He's a good athletic fielder, Shamar Springer. That could have easily been the first for the Pride.
Perhaps need a little bit more spring. I think he touched this. There's a big shot being played here again. Out the half. Yes, definitely a deviation after hitting his hand. So the bowler would be saying, you touched it, you ought to have caught it.
Took a couple steps in first. Always hard to judge with such close and quick reaction time.
Oh, yes, boy.
Roston Chase continuing to bowl well. 37 without loss.
Yeah.
Kamari Boyce into the team today. First list day game for the Barbados Pride. A big moment for him. Very talented 23-year-old.
Well done.
And on his very first delivery in list day cricket, he's got a wicket, Kamari Boyce. He's that natural wicket taker. And it's why they've gone for him today. Instant impact.
This is just, to me, rank stupidity. You didn't get it the first time. You try it again. So it hits the bottom part of the bat, goes onto the stump. You haven't seen what the bowler could do yet, but you've decided that you're going to go and reverse sweep. Maybe you could explain that to Captain Kieran Powell. He's gone for 18, 37 for 1.
No. There he go.
Well, Casey Carty, another man who's got a very good record against the Barbados Pride. Comes to the crease. And Kamari Boyce, what a start for that young man. 23 years old, wicket. Very first delivery for the Barbados Pride.
Well, regardless of whatever he does now, there's only one first. And this is his first list day wicket. Got his cap this morning, and he's got the first wicket in the first ball.
Yeah, he's not brand new to the scene because he played 3 matches for the West Indies emerging side, a team that won the tournament back in the 2019 Super 50. But he's made his first class debut earlier this year, Kamari Boyce, and he picked up a 5-wicket haul. And now already here today, Colin Croft, first delivery, first wicket. How close was that?
Quicker delivery, maybe the arm delivery. It went through relatively straight, didn't deviate into the right-hander, but there was no protection from the batsman. The off stump was still very visible.
Yeah, interesting delivery there because Devon Thomas may have expected the ball to naturally turn away, spin away from him, being a right-hander. But it actually just went straight on with the arm. So he's got a few deliveries up his arsenal, Kamari Boyce. He's an exciting prospect. Slightly short, but gets away with it. But a dream start for the 23-year-old. A wicket and a run. The Pride get there first, 38 for 1.
Oh, yes, man. Yes, man.
Well, that one just tossed a little further outside off stump by Roston Chase, who's generally bowled stump to stump in this competition. Turning back into Casey Carty, who had a few issues with off-spin at the start of his innings in his previous game against Jamaica.
Oh, yes.
But of course, he got 100 the game before that to lead the side home against the West Indies Academy. One of the best, if not the best innings we've seen so far. Definitely one to watch for the future as far as West Indies are concerned.
Go. Nice.
Well fielded, backing up the off spinner there. Marley Riches is alongside me. It's been a very interesting start to this game. Just 2 overs of seam so far.
Oh, yes, boy.
And once again, looks like it's going to be trial by spin.
Yeah, we've grown accustomed to seeing this tactic, Floydie. The batter's really being tested. All manners of spin. Orthodox, we see the Chinaman in Dennis Bulleye, the impact he's had. Joshua Bishop, Roston Chase, the 5 spinners of the Leeward Islands as well. The West Indian batters just struggling a little bit against the spinners.
It may be that the team who plays spin the best wins this competition. 38 for 1. Kamari Boyce playing in his first list day game for Barbados. About to bowl his second over, having picked up his first wicket. And he's bowling at a man. Must have been something on that, by the way. A bit of pad or a bit of glove even. Wasn't given wide.
Some revs on it, boys. Put some revs on it, buddy.
Bowling at a man, Devon Thomas, who's got out to left arm spin in his last 2 innings. That will be runs in some shape or form. Wait for the signal. Wides.
The youngster picking up his first wicket in his first over, but on this occasion just drifting a bit too far down that leg side to Devon Thomas, attempting the sweep. Probably took a bit of glove.
Yeah, might have just brushed the glove there. You'd have to say only really a half chance for Shea Hope if it did. Oh, aggression from Thomas. He's lucky though. He got none of that at all. It skewed off the inside edge. Could have easily carried to Rushan Primus down at long on had he got a slightly better piece of that. Defeated by the lack of turn of Kamari Boyce.
That half chance there to Thomas from Hope. You want to at least convert one half chance in a match. When presented with opportunities, you think of the run out as well, the run out opportunity to Kieran Powell, not converted.
He's dropped that one short. No real damage, just the single for Casey Carty. A bit of change of field as well for Carty there. They dropped long off out for him, brought mid on up. So clearly there's something they've seen in the techniques of Carty and Thomas. For Thomas, long on is back and mid off is up. Also 2 men behind square on the leg side. You can see they're in the ring trying to prevent the sweep that he likes playing, the dab sweep. Other man out is a square deep mid-wicket, we'll call him. Don't think he's warning him there for backing up. You never know.
Maybe the young man just taking a little time to settle into his spell here. He was gifted that wicket, really, by Kieran Powell.
So not quite as on the money as his first over. That one goes for 8. 46 for 1. First 10 overs done. Now the field can spread slightly. That's the end of the first power play. We've had spin, 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 and more spin now. Nicholas Curtin, 24-year-old off spinner, sometimes gets brought on in the power play just to bowl a couple of overs. This time he comes on just after the first 10 overs. Replaces the more senior off spinner, Roston Chase. So we've got 2 off spinners, 2 left arm spinners in this Barbados side. Up against the 4 spinners of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. It's going to be an intriguing matchup.
But you think of the overhead conditions. It's been trial by spin, but I'd like to see a pace bowler being brought in.
Well played. Just using the pace there and the width. Devon Thomas, Shamar Springer does well. Coming into the side, showing a bit of athleticism there, but they do come back for 3.
Yeah, I know it would have been a plan, definitely from the Barbados Pride support staff. Definitely test these batters with spin. But you've come here today, overhead conditions, quite cloudy. Even with the pitch, you know, we've seen pace bowlers, Josh James, Odin Smith as well, get something out of this wicket.
Oh, that is a good leave from Casey Carty. That turns a bit more, and it's good night.
He'll say that's a good leave, Floydie.
And then he's beaten outside the off stump. This was a line he had real difficulty with when he came in against Jamaica with Jamie Merchant, the off spinner, bowling from the same end. Just struggled to know whether to play or leave. That's the spot, Nicholas Curtin.
Bit sloppy there, but not managing to come through for a run. Yeah, Floydie, it's something in terms of the variations as well. We saw that one that beat the outside edge. Just went on with the arm, beating the outside edge of the right-handed batter. It's also the straight deliveries that have posed problems, not just the turning delivery. Think Roston Chase.
This is the second match on this pitch. We thought it might help the fast bowlers a bit more, but actually, in truth, it's probably turned even more than the first pitch. 4 off Curtin's first over, 50 for 1. So Barbados won the toss, put the Leewards into bat, who started aggressively, as they often do, through the veterans Kieran Powell and Devon Thomas. Thomas going after Jamel Warrican early. That was a big 6 over mid-wicket. Bit of luck, that may have been taken. That was an extraordinary way to get out in the end. First ball that Kieran Powell faced from the left-arm spinner Kamari Boyce. Didn't have a look at all, just decided he was going to reverse sweep, and he wasn't in any position to play the shot. Well, that was just skidded on a little bit. You can see the problem with Boyce. The odd one skids on, the odd one just bites.
That's for sure. That's a good delivery there from the young man. Just settling into his spell now.
So you're the weather expert, Marley, as you keep telling us. You've been getting all of the predictions right like you did yesterday. We did have a lot of rain forecast today, but that seems to have improved. And looking around, we've had a lot of wind all day. We haven't had much rain at all, just a brief sprinkle at the start of the day when we're supposed to get the toss. But apart from that, it's been dry. Are we going to get much today?
Just looking to the east and looking to the northeast as well. I mean, it's looking better than it was earlier, but I reckon we'll have some sort of disruption today, you know, Floydie.
Do you want to rethink that maybe and give us another answer? Well, it wasn't quite what we were hoping for.
I mean, you're asking the expert. I can only tell the truth.
No.
We do want the truth. We do want the truth. Good finish to the over by Kamari Boyce. 54 for 1. Devon Thomas has a start, 21 off 33. Casey Carty has got 5, looking to follow up that century in the first game against the Academy. Oh, chance. No, it isn't. He's chipped that right over mid-wicket. How lucky is that? It was pretty much a leading edge.
Yeah, we've seen this a couple times, quite a few times actually, over the last couple of games played on this pitch. Balls just holding a little bit in the wicket, batters just struggling to time them.
You could see clearly, couldn't you, on the side-on angle there, just how much that ball stopped in the pitch and how early Devon Thomas was with that shot.
Well, I think in terms of the tactics here, with the spinners being employed, more of a run-restricting option as opposed to taking wickets. I think here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, it swings with the new ball, especially early. Should give the fast bowlers a go.
Short. Well played in the gap by Devon Thomas. He was quick with his hands there, quick on the pull.
Picked up length really quickly there, didn't he? Just not a rank short ball, but he just used the depth of the crease. Look at him, just pushed back. Good shot. Kept it down as well. Timed it very well. Thomas on 26 from 36 now.
Just starting to tick along nicely now, these two, running the singles well. Both good in between the wickets.
He's got to be thinking, I've got to be here till at least the 45th over. He's got to bat deep if he does that.
Plays that shot well, doesn't he? Casey Carty just rocking back and punching through the offside. I think that applies for both of these players, doesn't it? They'll both want to bat through. 62 for 1.
I mean, just looking at those figures, the seam bowler in Simmons probably didn't hit his areas in helpful conditions. Got the ball to swing as well at times. But didn't really, is this going to be a chance? Ooh, didn't really hit those areas consistently enough to test the batters.
Yeah, and Simmons chosen ahead of Akeem Jordan today. Surprised a few people, including a couple up here in the commentary box. Guess they're going for the angle. Left arm seam angle of Simmons. Just offers you something a bit different, although Akeem Jordan, I thought, offered you something different as well with his movement early on in that game against Jamaica. Probably the most swing and movement we've seen in the power play from any bowler. That's short.
Think of the ball coming back in quite sharply to Jermaine Blackwood. It's just stroked away from Casey Carty. Yeah, you think of Akeem Jordan and just how he troubled the international batters on this pitch. Helpful conditions, maybe more helpful here today.
Big squad sweep even from Devon Thomas, which goes for 6. Second time we've seen that. That one was a little bit squarer than the first, but went just as far. 71 for 1. Slightly fuller than his first 6 as well. But he did well to get underneath this Kamari Boyce delivery. Well executed for a small man. He really packs a punch, Devon Thomas. It's one of his go-to shots.
Got to free his arms.
Straight. Really good shot, that. Third 6 for Devon Thomas. That's probably the pick of the bunch.
Big, big shot. As straight as an arrow, back over the bowler's head. Got the length that he wanted. Just a slight advancement by Thomas. And it looks like a room attendant down there has to run for cover. Thomas, 40 of 40 now. Setting the platform to launch possibly later on.
Two 6s in just 3 balls. In fact, it was the last 2 deliveries he's faced back-to-back for Devon Thomas. Oh, that is deft. Really cute from Thomas. I think he was ready for that short delivery, knew there'd be a response after whacking Curtin back over his head.
I think Devon Thomas, in the recently concluded 4-day season, he would have been the class batter, the top or near the top of the run scoring, but in terms of the way he was playing, he was a man right on top of his game. Maybe went to the CPL and didn't really show that form. Also represented the West Indies as well in a few T20s earlier in the summer against India. He's played a lot of cricket recently, but that's the end of the curtain over. It's 80 for 1.
Leeward Island's well placed at the moment, scoring at over 5 runs and over, largely against the spin bowlers. But now we've got a chance to see a second seamer, Shamar Springer, coming in today at the expense of Akeem Jordan, 24-year-old all-rounder. Played 3 games for the West Indies A against Bangladesh A in August. Took a couple of wickets in that game. He also played a couple of games in the 4-day regional competition earlier this year for Barbados. Can bat, made his highest first-class score against the Leeward Islands in that competition, 91. Let's see what he's got with the ball to start off with. Might have just started with a slowie there.
Yeah, looked a bit like pace off from Shamar Springer. A young man, former member of that World Cup winning team, West Indies under-19, I think 2016, I think it was, alongside Alzari Joseph, Shimron Hetmeyer, I think Odin Smith as well. Quite a few players graduating through the ranks here and on shore.
Very full, but just drifting down the leg side. There was a hint of tail there as well, wasn't there? Down the leg side.
Yeah, I like the length, Floydie. So far, his 2 deliveries, he's been quite full. He's given the ball a chance. Not really keeping that seam as upright as he would have liked just yet. Bit of a scramble seam there. But the length is right. He's given the ball a chance to swing.
And again, extremely full. Honing in on that leg stump this time.
Yes, and Carty just getting the bat down. It's been a good start from Springer. Been looking to him, actually. He's been one of the young players that the West Indian public has been looking to really improve and make a name for himself on the international scene. He's played for Jamaica Tallawahs as well. It's very full again. Like you say, Floyd, he's just honing in on the pads, and he's starting in a good area, not starting it too straight. Just asking a few questions of Thomas and Carty here.
It's almost like he's gone to death bowling straight away, trying to hit the block hole. Devon Thomas will feel he missed out there. Fine leg is up. Just needed to get a little tickle on that, and that likely would have gone away for 4.
Don't want to be too predictable, though, in this situation. Want to be able as well to force the batters back. And you can sense he started with a few short ones. I'd like to see a slip in. He's got the opportunity here.
And again, back to that full length, this time 2 full. Shamar Springer's first over goes for 4, 85 for 1. This partnership between Thomas and Carty's raced along to 48 off just 55 balls. Devon Thomas scoring the lion's share of those runs, and the response is to bring probably the trump card as far as spin bowling is concerned for Barbados back into the attack. Roston Chase, 3 overs, none for 7 so far. Back on from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He's kept long on and long off out. Got a deep mid-wicket. A deep backward square leg for Thomas, who likes to slog sweep and hit to the leg side.
Bowling.
And Thomas is another player, isn't he, Marley? He's going to head off to Australia very soon with the Test squad as the backup wicket-keeper. The likes of Barbados will lose Brathwaite and also Chase, but they've got Shea Hope still around. Shane Dowrich will come into the team.
Catch him now. Just one, Dre.
Plays the dab a lot as well. Just the one. I just wonder, though, Leeward Islands don't maybe have the batting depth that a Barbados or a Jamaica would have. When he goes, will the Leewards be hit harder, do you think, than those other teams who just have a little bit more?
I think when Thomas goes, Kieran Powell's importance to this team grows even more. You know, a very experienced player, someone who, at his best, can be very destructive. One of the cleanest hitters of a ball in the Caribbean still, I can tell you for a fact. Azari Joseph versus Kieran Powell. Azari Joseph versus Kieran Powell in the nets is box office. You know, these two guys, and the way Kieran Powell can hit a ball. So I know the support staff, yeah, as we see him there, he wouldn't be too happy with the shot he played today. That's for sure. But it's a guy who can definitely be destructive. And when Thomas goes, he grows.
Oh, we need to see that again. That was an interesting little setup from Thomas. He's coming back, but dropped his bat. If that throw had been right over the top of the stumps, he might have had to dive in Superman style there without his bat. As it was just a bit off target. He decided early he was coming back. There was the little fumble as well from Warwican, which just delayed him, and he's like a sprinter getting to the line there with no bat. Probably just a moment of panic there as that ball was coming in. He realised he didn't have a bat to slide in. Also, before that shot was played, he shaped, didn't he, to maybe a reverse sweep or something like that. 50 partnership between these two. Down the track, that's a good shot through the offside. Long off comes round. Roshan Primus cuts it off. Just the 2.
Thomas is almost flying now, 48 of 51, but dangerous time for him. He's got to, this is the stage of the game, a phase of play where he's got to show his experience.
Oh, that has turned, and it's held up a little bit as well. Completely deceived. Thomas, 91 for 1.
$91 for 1. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, an excellent start, must say. That run rate has been important. Just a touch under 5.5. Shamar Springer. Now it almost carried with the wind down to Zachary McCaskey at deep backward square. Very fortunate man, Casey Carty. You speak about 2 very successful men in the middle against this opposition. Courtney Walsh, a year ago, Devon Thomas scored 100. Casey Carty scored 100. Both against the Barbados Pride.
And they're here again batting. A good partnership going in 55, but the lone wicket to fall today was that of Kieran Powell. And I wonder what was he thinking. He's got a good start. He didn't play the last game. Get back into the team now, and to me that shot was uncalled for at this stage of the game. So I'm hoping that the teammates will be having a chat with him about that.
Tell you, Devon Thomas looks in impeccable touch today, Courtney Walsh. I saw you outside, you were admiring him, listening to the sounds of leather hitting willow.
He played some tremendous shot today. He looks in good nick, looks positive, looks has a good flow about it, and he's gotten a start.
Every ball is just out the middle of the bat, but of course you'll remember in that last team he got to 38 and then gave it away. So he's done the hard part. Bit of a drizzle down, but no ground staff moving at the moment, so that is a good sign.
The ball seems to be coming off Devon Thomas' bat pretty well. He's timing it immaculately.
Casey Carty as well, just minimizing the risk being taken. Just all of a sudden it's looked very easy for the Leeward Islands.
Casey Carter doing the right thing. Devon Thomas is in flow. He's going well, striking the ball pretty cleanly. No need to take any risk. And he could get his 50 in this over, Devon Thomas. Carter doing the right thing, just keep rotating the strike. And a good partnership by both these.
Twelfth list day 50 for Devon Thomas. And he continues to enhance and improve that excellent record against the Barbados Pride on his final game of the CG United Super 50. And he'll get the acknowledgement from his teammates.
He certainly did. Big 50 that. Very well played. In only 56 delivery as well. Just 28 dots in that. Couple of twos. 3 sixes. And it's 95 for 1.
Roston Chase
Oi.
will get a single. It'll be interesting to see how Shea Hope uses Roston Chase, Courtney Walsh, because he really has been the main wicket taker for the Barbados Pride in the first 2 matches. 6 of the 16 wickets have been picked up by Chase, 3 in each game.
Well, they're both playing with ease at the moment. And I think the Leeward Lions Hurricane will have recognized that Chase has been the wicket taker, not taking any unnecessary chance or risk against him, hitting the ball down the ground, picking up 1s and 2s. Just milking him, doing the right thing. No need to take any unnecessary chances. And something we were discussing outside as well. He's bowling from a hand where if they decide to take him on, they'll be hitting into the breeze. So they're doing the right thing by not taking any risk against him.
Yeah, the spinners have gotten a bit of purchase on this surface, but I think it just tells you how comfortable the Leeward Islands have been in the middle. Other than that one rash shot, you could say, from Kyron Powell, it's just been cruise control. Another one that's hit really well.
And that has brought up the 100 for the Leeward Islands. 100 for 1. In still not 20 overs completed as yet. So a lot of overs left to go. Proper start. And that 50 came in just 50 delivery.
Not often you see the second 50 coming faster than the first outside of the power play. Excellent batting from the Hurricanes, must be said. End of 19, 101 for 1. Well, at this rate, they get to 266. I think they'll be targeting that and even more. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes. We've seen how much of a handful it is. Scoring totals, chasing totals in excess of 250 here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Courtney Walsh, you look at Devon Thomas, though, non-strikers in at the moment, and his record against the Barbados Pride. 350s now on 100. He got that 100 last season. Does that help you as a player? You remember in your day, were there any oppositions regionally, internationally that you love to play against?
Well, as a bowler, sometimes it's not just your position, it's the surface you're playing on. I'll come back to that after. Another single. But yeah, sometimes from a bowling perspective, I used to like to play against Barbados, whether it was in Jamaica or Barbados, because of the nature of the surface, so you think you have a good chance of getting wickets against them. Someone like a Stuart Williams, I remember, used to love playing against Barbados because he always does well against Barbados, in Barbados in particular as well. Another single, well backed up. On the other ground that I probably didn't like to play on a lot, or I didn't play a lot on, is Guyana. Border was flat. So I didn't look forward to going to border. But in Trinidad, you'd get the ball swinging around a little bit, or the surface, you can get a bit of unevenness. So it's okay. Barbados I used to love. Well, Jamaica, obviously. The one ground I didn't play in and I regret it is Anguilla. I heard it had good pace, good bounce, and good carry.
You could get the pace on any ground. Probably my backyard as well. 550 listed. Courtney Walsh, I've always grown up and I wanted to ask you, did you even try out there? Was it just every single time you pick up the ball, you know, you just get wickets? Because 550 listed wickets, my goodness.
A lot of people will tell you I was a lucky bowler, so I'll leave it at that. But a lot of hard work was put in. But you know, you learn your trade as you go along and you try to improve. And I was never one that would just settle. I always wanted to try to get better, think ahead of the batsman at all times.
Shamar Springer has challenged the stumps. From his very first over, he's now in his third. We actually discussed it off here. That line that he's bowling, looking to attack leg stump. He's got fine leg up in the circle, and I've seen Devon Thomas a couple of times try to beat that infielder, Roshan Primus, there at fine leg. Taking a big risk. Excellent intensity from Devon Thomas. And it's been really the highlight of this partnership, the running between the wickets. Partnership now worth 69. 106 for one after 20. Leeward Islands in firm control. A strong start for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, led by Devon Thomas. Start of the innings, 55 from 61. He's rotated the strike with ease, well supported by Casey Carty as well. It's their most productive 20-over start in this tournament so far, the Leeward Islands. And he really has been sensational against an opposition that he's got a very good record against. Using the wind so well to hit into that leg side.
He has timed the ball pretty well and hit to the right hand, as you say, using the wind, using his strength, his power, and clearing the boundary with ease. Look at that. You can't have some better timing than that. Hit and still kept the shape. But what I liked about it as well is that he's very comfortable running between the wicket, and he's been excellent in terms of just looking very, very positive in what he wants to do.
Well, Shea Hope has tried. He's tried to throw different things at him, 6 different options used. And really only Roston Chase causing problems. The other bowlers, tad on the expensive side actually. And the running between the wickets, Courtney Walsh, has been something to admire.
Yes, they have run very well between the wicket. And even look at this. He does it at ease without even his bat. I don't need the bat now. I'm just going to take them on. Look at him go. Just look at his very, very positive run in that. And he's telling them, I can outrun you even without my bat.
Yeah, great work by our production team to get an angle on that, because it really is remarkable to think he's running back for a quick 2, and usually you need that bat to give you the extra length. Devon Thomas says, no, no, no. He puts on the cape and gets home with ease. So 69 from 79. It tells you how well they've done to not only hit boundaries, but also to rotate the strike. Roston Chase, 5 overs already being bowled, hasn't picked up a wicket as yet. And it's a bit early for Shea Hope, but it's probably the situation demanding it. They have to take a wicket at this stage.
Yes, he's got to try to break this partnership. Wickets are going to be crucial. If not, they could be looking at somewhere about 270, 280 easily, if not more. Especially if the big man gets going again today in Raheem Cornwall. The game is nicely set up for him.
Yeah, coming hard on it, you know. Down, Joss.
Yeah, that wind coming from the northeast side of the ground, still very prominent as it's been throughout the day. And you've seen 2 off-spinners used by the Barbados Pride, Roston Chase and Nicholas Curtin, both from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Why might a captain be more inclined to use his off-spin from that northern end?
Ooh. Well ball, Rossi.
Another easy single. One of the main reasons for that, Nickel, is that the hand he's bowling from now is tempting the batters to hit him into the breeze. If he was to bowl his off-spin from this end, it will be an easier hit with the wind. So most captains tend to use the off-spinner from the opposite end, and then they will want the left arm spinner who's taking the ball away from this end.
And going on that analysis, I think what Devon Thomas has done ever so well is hit the ball straight against Chase to almost take that wind factor out of the equation. He'll really want to kick on here, Devon Thomas. 56 from 62.
Effort.
And Casey Carter just looks in control as well. This young man is going to go places if he keeps this temperament. He's out there, you recognize that Devon Thomas is on the go. He's not looking to take any risk or play any big shots. Just hitting it down the ground for singles, rotating the strike.
Down.
More runs. And anything that's come off this man's bat has just been runs really for the day. And they're coming back for 3. Agile, nimble, and athletic between the wickets, this partnership. Now 75 from 84 deliveries.
And that's good running again. And I said it's the hallmark of the innings so far, especially with these 2. They have not missed an opportunity to put the fielders under pressure or take the singles. Go for the 2s. They've been very positive with that. And the running between the wickets is just very excellent.
Excellent from Casey Carter, because he put pressure on Kamari boys by coming back for 2. Boy, this is an exhibition of running. End of 21, 114 for 1. Match 12 in the CG United Super 50 Cup. 2 teams with a lot at stake. The Hurricanes will think if they can get to 270, would have a really good total on the board. Courtney, just I think a bit on this partnership. And we know that this surface is slightly drier, so slightly better deck to bat on. But we've mentioned the fact that it's a clear problem in West Indies cricket, the ability to bat against spin. We pulled up the numbers a couple of games ago. 3.84 in terms of against spin, as opposed to closer to 5 and over against pace. Definitely going down the leg side. But the way that these two have just navigated spin, even when they're not scoring boundaries, just been able to rotate the strike, it's forced Shea Hope to have to think quickly on his feet.
It certainly has, and it just shows how well they have played, how well they have negotiated the spin, the plan that they have, and they have executed well. All the big shots that they played was going with the wind. So they were aware of that. They have not tried to take on Chase, who's bowling with the wind behind his back.
Down the leg side again. Let's talk a bit about Shamar Springer, though, because he's bowling from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end, and that natural breeze is sort of just pushing the ball a lot straighter to the right-handers, but he still has fine leg up in the circle. That was a wide down the leg side. Any bat on it would have been 4.
Yes, maybe you could bring the third man up and use the fine leg back to give him that protection, because he's getting the ball to angle in, and with the hand he's bowling from, the breeze just pushing it. That's a better area. If he's going to bowl in that area, then you can afford to have your fine leg up. But if you're going to attack in the stumps, then you got to back up by pushing your fine leg back. But I guess they want him to bowl that off stump line just outside, based on the feel that they have, and catering that with the wind bringing it in. They've got a little bit of protection. So he's got to be a lot more consistent just outside that off stump.
Just so easy on the eye. Also interesting that Shea Hope hasn't gone to Roshan Primus as yet. 3 for 27 in the first game, but was very expensive in that game against Jamaica. Conceded 49 runs in the 5 overs he bowled. With the wind, and with the wind means success. 3rd maximum in that area through mid-wicket for Devon Thomas. And boy, what did you have for breakfast, Devon Thomas?
Another clean hit. And you can see his intention. He knows what he's doing. Just a little bit over pitching. Enough for the eyes to lit up of Devon Thomas. And he has hit that cleanly. Into the breeze, it's always going to go for 6. I think the ambulance was in a bit of danger on the scoreboard attendant. Beautifully hit by Devon Thomas.
Just so easy at the moment. 10 runs from the over. 124 for 1. Couple of tall overs and tall towers, Courtney Walsh. That run rate 5.64. This is batting. This is what all the young children in the region can watch and learn from.
And just 1 red dot, which means Leeward Island Hurricane are in control.
Carry the back on right up. Greg.
Work to be done for McCaskey. They come out for 2 again. Just continuing to push that score. Thomas and Carty. And I sort of expected this from this surface. Saw it yesterday. It was a new surface. Not much green grass, especially bowling from that Sir Andy Roberts end. But even though it is a slightly flatter deck, what you're used to here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, you have to credit the way that this pair has gone about things.
Catch it! Oh, yes, boy. Nice, Rossi. Nice,
They've
Rossi.
gone about it very professionally. They're working to the plan, not taking a chance against Chase, who has been one of the most successful bowlers this season. They're trying to just make sure that he's under control.
Stop it, nice.
They're just looking to hit for ones and twos, but good feeling to his own bowling. Now I think that they're playing Chase the right way. See him out. If he bowls us 10 for 35 with no wickets, they can go at the others.
Come, Joey.
Devon Thomas almost thought he was livid with himself. He almost thought he didn't get any run for that, but able to just sneak it past Jamal Warrican. And even when he isn't hitting them well, he's still getting runs. 70 now to his tally.
Oh, yes. Nice point.
If you were the Barbados captain now, Nikhil, what would you be thinking?
Courtney Walsh asking me questions. I thought you were the expert, sorry. Mr. Walsh? I can tell you what, the Barbados captain, he needs something. He needs a wicket desperately. End of 23, 127 for one.
Well, Warrican is back. There's a bowling change. He's replaced Springer, who went for that big six in his last over. Barbados trying to do everything to get a wicket here, and they've gone for the experience. So Jamal Warrican. His 3 overs has cost him 15 runs.
He has played that sweep so well today. A couple of maximums, and even though that's just a single, just see how quickly the ball is racing to the fielders. This man, what could he have had for breakfast, Courtney Walsh?
Whatever it is, it's working for him. And I would like to get a close-up look at that blade of his. The ball is coming off his bat. Very, very sweet. He's timing this ball well.
Just something about this Barbados pride that this man enjoys. He loves this opposition.
Nice, nice, Joe. Let me build some pressure here, man. Let me build some dots here, man.
A rare occurrence, that dot. You hear Shea Hope, though, behind the stumps. Let's build some pressure because they need something. Oh, that one spun. Shea Hope asking the question. They're gonna have a look at that. But a rare defeat outside that off stump.
Clark is as if he's not sure. He's asking the umpire if he's out, how it looks. He's not pretty sure. The umpire is not sure as well, so he can't give him an answer. But they have gone upstairs. And that's the front foot to say if it's legal. That's a good one. So they will now just to check to see what's happening at the other end. So this one will be referred up to the big screen. Did that foot get in the air? It's behind the line, so unless it's in the air, I think he's safe.
There you have it, not out. So he's pretty safe there, Casey Carty.
Oh, yes, man.
Ends the 24th, 1-2-8 for 1. I think we may just have one more delivery in that over. Oh no, it's end of the over, finally. A verdict, 1-8 for 1. Well, they've tried everything at the moment, the Barbados Pride. This partnership, though, is slowly taking this game away. 91 from 104. Courtney Walsh, you asked me a couple overs ago, what would I do if I was Shea Hope? I think this man, he's got a bit of a golden arm. Part-time option, but boy, is he a competitor. He's picked up a 5-wicket haul in this tournament. Yes, it was back in 2013, but he boasts a medium pace and has those off-cutters. Will be another seamer, Ramon Simmons.
And that Carter is an experienced campaigner as well, and sometimes the golden arms does work. So maybe Shai Hope can or should be thinking about that, because they need wickets. They need to try to break this partnership. That man on your screen, Devon Thomas, is in very good form, striking the ball pretty well.
Casey Carty's just too quick, and he gets to the other end quite easily. Courtney Walsh, one thing that we've noticed about Devon Thomas is he's just managed conditions so well. These are the maximums he's hit today, especially square. Look at how he's used the wind direction so well. Almost like he's in position beforehand, knowing exactly where he wants to hit the ball.
Yes, and that's why I said he's playing to his plan. He has hit those cleanly, with intention, from the right hand. He hasn't taken any chance at the other end. All the sixes he went for was going with the wind. Excellent cricket, excellent thinking. The right way to go about it.
In the gap through that extra cover region, and they'll easily get 2. Interesting though, because before that delivery was bowled, Ramon Simmons actually brought the man from long off up to mid off, and he's pushing the ball across the right-hander. So it tells you probably about the length he wants to bowl, probably a bit more into the pitch. Shea Hope is going to have a chat with him.
Well, based on the feel he's got, he's planning to bowl hard lengths, just short of a length. They can cut or pull. He has third one and final leg down as well, so he's not going to look to go Yorkers or full pitch. He's got to be consistent with that. So the feel that he's got, if that's what he wants, then I think it's the right way to go about it. Bowl that hard lengths and then force them. If they want to try and go over the top, then they'll be taking a risk. I would still like to see mid-on and mid-off at the end of the circle, though.
But just so we can learn from you, Courtney Walsh, a man with so many wickets and so much knowledge, if you're telling us at home that he wants to try to make the batter pull or cut, is he better suited to come from around the wicket then to be a lot straighter? Because now you're bowling over the wicket and you're pushing the ball across. He's going to come around now to Thomas, but to Carty, he's pushing the ball across, and Carty can hit through the offside with the wind.
Well, what he would have to do is change his line to Carty and probably tuck Carty up a little bit more.
Yeah.
Once you go over the wicket, then it's bringing the ball in. You're going to be tempting the batsman to play the hook shot if he goes around. If he stays over the wicket, he can try to bowl more at the body and cramp them up. So it's up to him. The angle of where he's bowling from is good, but he's still got to get the balls in the right area. this partnership is building pretty nicely.
The nuances of the game. From the mouth of Courtney Walsh. Just able to get it past. Yeah, it's always an interesting one. Just understanding the angles of attack, especially for a young man like Ramon Simmons. And the youth, Courtney Walsh, you've taught a few of those.
Yes, it's good to see them in the ground at that age as well, coming in to watch a game. Parents there to give them full support. Always want to have them in, and she's obviously supporting Leeward Islands. She's got the kit on.
Just too easy at the moment for the Leeward Islands. Devon Thomas on the charge, 135 for 1.
A really nice start here for the Leeward Islands. The Hurricanes, they're projected at the current rate 270. With this start, maybe even 300.
Goes a long way across his stumps and helps that around fine for another maximum. He plays that shot so well, Devon Thomas, and that's the 100 partnership up between these two.
Yes, he's played this very well, the slug sweep. This one is the first one has gone that much backward, but it's still the same result. It looks to me as if it dropped just inside. I think it was signaled as 6, but I think that dropped inside.
I believe the third umpire will want to have a look at that one. It was signaled 6, as you said there, Colin, but as you can see here, clearly just bounces inside. Still an excellent shot though. Lots of space there behind square on the leg side. No one within that postcode. Yeah, that's going to be 4 runs. Man out on the leg side boundary is a sort of squarish deep mid wicket. So plenty of room behind square. Smart batting.
But it still brought up the 100 partnership, and this partnership is going to get even longer with that wide.
Carty's contributed 30, Thomas 64. He tries to hit that into Barbuda, but it just grips a little bit.
Actually, I think I might have gone to Jamaica and he hit it. He hit that with everything, just didn't touch it. It's coming from outside off stump. Ooh, he's off balance, so much power he put into that.
Well played, just eased down to long off. And it's been a really interesting partnership, hasn't it, Crofty? If you look at how they've dovetailed, Carty has actually batted really well here. He's just got in Thomas's slipstream, hasn't hit a boundary yet. 30 or 52 deliveries, hasn't needed to. They've still scored almost a run a ball.
Remember, Carthy also got 100 in the previous game, so he's got good form, but he's also got pretty good understanding about this partnership. His partner is accelerating, and if your partner is accelerating, then there's no point of me trying to do the same thing. I could noodle 1s and 2s, give him the strike, he's going to hit the big shots.
The thing is, that thinking doesn't always apply in batting, does it? As we've seen before in this competition, 141 for 1. Barbados are under a bit of pressure here. They put the Leeward Islands Hurricanes into bat because there is a bit of a rain threat around all day. But so far, hasn't worked out for them. 141 for 1 off 26 overs. Thomas on 79 of 78. Carty 30 off 55. And Crofty, while I completely agree with the decision to chase because of the weather conditions, if it doesn't rain and if they continue on their way here, the Leeward Islands get up to 250 plus, and that'll be perfect for them with their 4 spinners to come, bowling second on this pitch.
Around the wicket, so they can be running 2, but they just decided on 1. Bowling around the wicket is not easy. Left-handed, he's coming, drifting across the right-hander. But I think the length has been the problem here with these bowlers, not so much the line. The line has been relatively good. And when that man comes in, he could change things altogether.
That's banged in short. Rolled his wrist nicely there, Carty.
It could also be that Shai Hope told them, well, look, don't pitch the ball up, because you've been hit over the boundary so many times. With the slog sweep, it's better if you just keep the ball just short of a length. They could spank it into the outfield. You've got some protection. Backward square leg, a wide fine leg, a third man fairly wide, and an extra cover on the boundary.
Mentioned before that the Leeward Islands Hurricanes have got 4 spin bowling options. Well, if you include Terence Ward, they've actually got 5. He bowled 10 overs in the first game. They've got 3 off spinners, 1 left arm spinner and a leg spinner. Plenty of variety.
Rakeem Cornwall, I think, is probably the premier, and he bowls very flat. He gets the ball to turn. He's padded up. He might be next.
They keep going here. They will be very happy with where they are. Bowling second on this pitch. Just wonder if had there been no threat of rain around, whether Shai Hope may have wanted to bat first, whether the Leeward Islands may have wanted to bat first.
It doesn't look as if it's going to rain immediately. I was out there just now just having a look. The wind has changed a little bit from maybe the southeast as opposed to being to the east.
Well timed by Thomas. It's going to be another 2 for him. 82 off 81. Strike rate goes back above 100.
I've enjoyed looking at him play today because he's played some big shots, of course. He's a West Indian cricketer. But I think he's taking this opportunity. This is his last innings before he goes off to Australia. He's taking this opportunity to play an innings that gives him a feel, a form, bring his sweat out.
Hit hard into the gap, no one out there. 2 men on the leg side boundary in front of square, goes well in front of square.
Well, the man is at backward square leg. That ball was just so short, stood up there to be hit. The only thing he might have had a problem with, he might not have hit it well enough. It might have gone up, but it didn't go up, it went out. Probably not as well as he would have wanted, but 4, as opposed to being caught, is acceptable. But he's played that shot easily. He's really on a relaxed form, I think, is Devon Thomas. He's played a very, very intelligent innings here today for me.
That's a miscue chance. Oh, he doesn't quite get there. Roshan Primus, at one moment you thought it might just nestle into his hands. That ball just kept on going. Could be a big moment, that 150 up.
Interesting, because Primus probably had a chance at this I think this was a slower delivery, pitched up, but I think it's an inside-out shot from the batsman. And I think Thomas is just thinking, look, instead of... he smiles because I think that's a rueful smile. He got away with one then.
Well, he has ridden his luck from time to time. Second 50 and third 50 have been almost exactly a run of ball. So it's been a really nicely paced innings. 46 off the first 10 overs, and then they've really started to motor, generally scoring at 6 and over since then.
Gonna get one here. Generally, you say at 30 overs, you double the score. So they are already at 152 now in the 28th over. So you would expect, with this kind of continuance, you'll get at least 300 runs, which means that Barbados, Shai Hope, and the rest of his team are already thinking, well, we have got to bat well here if we're going to win this game.
And you've got plenty of power to come as well. The likes of Raheem Cornwall, Kofi James, Hayden Walsh both scored quickly in their previous win. Got the captain Jamal Hamilton too. Lots of options. So there are a few dark clouds around, but there have been generally all day. None of them have troubled us with any rain, apart from right at the start of the day, just before the toss was about to happen. Fingers crossed, stays dry.
Catch it, no, Craig.
Up and over, that's going to be safe though. In between the infield and Craig Brathwaite coming in from the boundary.
You had mentioned that you'd played golf with these guys, some of these guys, I think yesterday. That was the golf shop, just in between the greens. Nobody to catch.
Nice pitching wedge from Casey Carty.
But the rotation, the strike, might be getting a little bit tired now, but batsmen on 90 shouldn't really get tired. They should be thinking now, I could get 120.
And another single. Keep rotating the strike. 5 singles in a row in that over. 156 for 1.
Just one success for the Barbados Pride, but I'm looking at maybe 332, 8 per over from here on in. I don't think that the two batsmen have been that aggressive. They've done a very good job just milking the bowling. The man out, Kieran Powell, long time ago, over number 8 that was, 37 for 1. There's going to be a new bowler, Russian Primus, medium. Right arm, medium. Well, you got to try something. You need a wicket here for Barbados Pride.
Stocky bowler, all shoulder, the way he delivers the ball. Doesn't start well. That's a freebie for Carty. He accepts it gleefully and says, I will take my first boundary of the innings. 61st ball.
A gift. Down leg side, full toss. All you have to get is a touch. The man at fine leg is inside the circle. Once it passes, well, he's a little bit wide. He's outside of the circle, but very, very wide. So he couldn't get around there anyway.
Primus was expensive against Jamaica. 5 overs for 49. He's dragged that down. Might be 2 here. Touch and go, easy.
is also starting to, even after 2 deliveries, talk to his fieldsmen, saying they're in the wrong position. That's a bowler who's under pressure for himself to do well and for the team. He's already started talking to the man at short extra cover that he should be a little bit more to his left. Maybe saying something to Shai Hope too. Yeah, the running between the wickets have been quite good by Devon Thomas and Casey Carthy. What I like about Carthy, the way he's played today, though, is circumspect. He recognizes that his partner is doing very well. Devon Thomas, I think, would be very disappointed if he doesn't get 100 here. He's played well. He's played some shots that could have gotten him out. He's been a little bit fortunate. Ball dropping just in the spaces between 2 fieldsmen. But he shouldn't be tired. No, I don't know any batsman on 90 that gets tired. You want 190.
He's a keeper, isn't he? Not keeping at the moment, but he'll be fit. Long on has just gone out for Devon Thomas. Still no deep mid-wicket, though. That is his preferred area. He's so quick on the pull. He can pick you up as well if you bowl too full as a seamer, as we saw him do to Shamar Springer.
So the fine leg is now coming in to the circle, and the third man is going out of the circle. Only 4 fieldsmen allowed outside. So the third man, extra cover in the boundary, long on, and backward square leg.
That has carried nicely. We've not seen that really today. Flew through, and Shai Hope took it very high.
Well, he might be thinking, well, look, I'm a medium fast bowler, but I've got some power in the back of my arms. Quick delivery. Quickest I've seen probably today. It bounced, got to Hope very quickly, the wicket keeper. Good ball.
Oh, complete miscue from Thomas. It was a cue ender right off the bottom of the bat, and that's what saved him. Went safe. 164 for 1.
Another one of those missed hits. Playing a little bit ahead of the ball. Just went up, didn't go out. On the offside, he was hoping for the leg side. He got away with another one.
Not quite peak tourist season yet here in Antigua, but it's just beginning. Resorts will start to fill up as we get into later November, December.
Well, it's starting to get cold and wet in London. So why not come down here and hang out and have several beverages?
Talking me into it, Crofty. Maybe I'll stay here a couple of months. Why not? Definitely worse places to be in the world right now. Now there's a man with taste. You can tell that immediately from his shirt. Great win for the Gunners today.
Wrong color red, but we'll talk about that later.
Nice, Joey.
Big open space on the leg side for these 2 batsmen. No one in the ring in front of square for Devon Thomas. That will change over Casey Carty, with Roston Chase coming over to mid-wicket to fill that gap. Seeing a very different side to Casey Carty today, to the one we saw against the West Indies Academy when he was free-flowing. It's important to show, though, as a batsman, that you can play in different ways. He may not be feeling 100% right now. Hasn't hit the middle of the bat too often, but he's hung in there and recognised the situation. Sign of a good player.
He's played for the West Indies in the past, so Casey Carty might be also thinking, look, this is my opportunity to remind the Honourable Dr. Desmond Haynes and company, I'm around. He's gotten 100 already. Get another one today. Nothing wrong with that at all.
Just so many singles around, aren't they? And because they're in this position now, that's all they need to do, really, is knock the ball around, just get themselves in position and then really launch. Really are in a fantastic position here, Leeward Islands.
And I think the wicketkeeper, who's the Pride's captain, I think he's got some problems. He's not sure if he wants to stop the singles and twos or the boundaries.
Not a bad over from Warwican, though, just 3 from it. We've got 20 overs left in this innings. It's 167 for 1. Seven bowlers used so far by the Barbados Pride. Kamari Boyce, the left-arm spinner, the one bowler to get in that wickets column. He's tried a few things, Shea Hope. Could do with another breakthrough here. Things getting really dangerous. This partnership, 130 of 141 balls. Primus is back for his second over.
He's got a long on and a backward square leg on the boundary on the leg side, and then the offside he's got a cover point on the boundary and third man. The men in the circle seem to be not on the circle but just inside, which means they're trying to save ones, but the outfield is so nice, it's so big. Singles are always in the offing.
So Devon Thomas is now just one blow away from a 4th List A century. Very experienced player, but this would be a big moment for him. He's played 112 games. He's only got 300, so they don't come along every week.
That's a bad return. 112 games and just 3 centuries. That's a bad return. He needs to be upping that a little bit. This is a chance to get his 4th.
A lot of his career would have batted down the order as a keeper. He's become more of a batsman as he's gone on in his career.
And that might be why both himself and Carthy, the man playing forward of that, are just elected to maybe get the singles and twos as opposed to getting the big shots. But he's played well, Devon Thomas. Some big slog sweeps over the mid-wicket region. One over backward square leg. He's had a good time. He's an opening batsman who could bat from 1 all the way down to number 7. Utility man and a wicket keeper.
Short arm jab. It's going to be another 2 for this pair. They really have run Barbados ragged today. Not content with just boundaries. There have been 4 sixes and 6 fours, but look at that. 3 threes, 14 twos, 71 singles. Been very, very active.
An 81 dot ball, surprisingly.
No.
Just imagine if there were now 82 dot balls could have been scored on. The score would have been 170, 180 already. A drop of rain just starting to come in. The ground staff getting themselves organized.
It's still coming from roughly that direction, behind over the big screen. Oh, big shot. Chance. No, just short of Jamel Warrican. Every time these two batsmen have played a full shot, it just hasn't dropped for Barbados. The luck not with them today.
Again, another false shot by Casey Carty, just in front of Jamel Warrican. I wonder, that looked to me as he might just have been able to get a dive out, didn't. So the batsman survived. We might just be going off. The covers might just be coming on. A little bit of a hesitation, but I see some wind and some rain coming through.
Well, Casey Carty just kept on going there. He was running towards the pavilion anyway. The rain's just got a little bit heavier. It's not too heavy at the moment, but it is enough, unfortunately, to get the big cover on and for the players to leave the field. It is looking a little bit darker than it was a few minutes ago. And if you look over towards the east, where it's been coming from all day, the weather, that's where the wind is blowing. It does look like there's a little bit of rain over on that side, but as I say that, the ground staff just hesitating because it's not that heavy at the moment, just suggesting that it was slowing down. I think they're going to bring it on anyway, just to be safe here. One of the umpires has remained out on the pitch just in case this blows over, which hopefully it will. The Leeward Islands will definitely hope it blows over because at the moment they're sitting pretty in this game. 171 for 1. Devon Thomas, 94 not out off 94 balls. After his opening partner, Kieran Powell, went for 18. He really went through the gears, ably supported by Casey Carty, who's just taken a back seat today, doing a very good job for his team. 45 off 69 with just the one boundary. They've got a really good platform from which to launch. The question is, when is that launch coming? Barbados Pride could do with a breakthrough badly, could do with some inspiration from somewhere. Kamari Boyce picked up a wicket with his first ball, but apart from that, no one has been able to join him in the wickets column. They've been a bit unlucky, been a couple of full shots that have dropped short of fielders. That is good news. The cover has gone back off the pitch. Big blue tarpaulin. And it looks like the players will be coming back out shortly, and we won't have lost any overs or anything like that. We'll take a quick break, and we should have some live cricket for you in just a couple of minutes' time.
Just a small disruption here in play at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in match 12 of this CG United Super 50 Cup between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Barbados Pride. The Leeward Islands are 171 for 1. Still 19 overs remain in Courtney Walsh. Devon Thomas on 94 from 94 and Carty 45 from 69. What's been so good about the batting that we've seen today?
I was impressed with the running down the wicket and also the choice of when he's getting aggressive where he tries to hit the ball with a plan. And they've really had the Barbados bowlers have taken them to the soda. We've seen there all the bowlers apart from Chase have struggled a little bit. This is the only wicket taker for the day with Boyce, and they've gone back to him. So obviously with the break they're thinking we have to try to break this partnership. It's 134 the partnership in only 147 deliveries. A fantastic partnership.
Just a bit of turn there early from Kamari Boyce. Yes, the only successful bowler. Maybe the batter, Kieran Powell, contributed massively to that wicket.
He certainly did. Wide signal by the umpire. I still couldn't understand that type of shot at that stage of the game. You didn't play the last game out because of probably injury or whatever. You're back in. Good start. Capitalize on that.
Yes, and he looks so good, you know, him and Devon Thomas. Some of the most experienced players in this Hurricanes lineup. Yeah, they looked really good in that opening partnership, and then Thomas leaves now after this match. So I think Powell's importance grows.
Why is it more important that he should have stayed with him and, you know, try to get that confidence by scoring, put some runs against your name? Nothing beats that. And as you said, he was looking so good. But these two, they've really come together well. Great partnership. The running between the wicket, the purpose, the intent, everything from them is spot on.
Yeah, that's for sure. And this team has probably just flown under the radar in the last few years or so.
Good knee, boy.
No run there off that final delivery from the Boyce. Over after the resumption. It's 173 for 1. The Leewards will be eyeing up that 7 runs per over, I think. 299 and possibly even more, 300 at this stage. 173 for 1, still 18 overs remaining. Looking odds-on favourites to get there.
You'd expect them to get somewhere close to that, especially with just losing the 1 wicket so far. And the good thing is that with them only losing 1 wicket, the game is set up nicely. One of these bat another 10 overs. Then it allowed the other players to free themselves up. And the big danger man inside, Raheem Cornwall, if he gets going, it could be a lot of fireworks today.
Yeah, if you're around anywhere near the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, come in. Have a look at Raheem Cornwall on the go. That's just been edged away down to the vacant slip region, down to Warwican on the 3rd-man boundary, and it's another run. But I was just saying just before the end of the last over, this team has probably flown under the radar a little bit in the last couple of years. They've just improved steadily. They produced 3 separate centurions in the last edition of this tournament. Nitish Kumar, Devon Thomas, and Casey Carty. And if you think both these guys scored hundreds against this same opposition, relishing the Barbados Pride bowling.
And they're looking at ease. They're looking very comfortable. Really in control. Not many chances I can recall that went down. These two have really dominated. The running, I keep stressing on that, has been excellent, fantastic. But their composure and Carty not taking on any, making any unnecessary risk, leaving all the power hitting to Thomas, who is in.
And that's an absolute jaffa. Russian Primus produces the wicket-taking delivery. Squared Devon Thomas up. Very good innings from him, but it needed a ball like that to remove Devon Thomas. Looked so comfortable, pitched on middle enough, went away, squared him up. Easy catch through to Hope.
Yes, a bowler's delight, and you can see Primus celebrating. First success he has had, and how much did Barbados need that? They needed that. He made 94 and 98 balls. Very good innings. Would be very disappointed he didn't get to that triple figure to make that century. But he got out to a beauty. It's 174 for 2.
Groundsman getting that big tarp on here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Just a bit of rain around. But the good thing is it's a stiff breeze as well. So hopefully it just blows these dangerous clouds across the stadium and we'll have cricket again pretty soon. But Devon Thomas just went before the rain break, going for 94 from 98. Fabulous delivery. What did you see in that delivery, actually, from Russian Primus, Courtney Walsh?
Well, he just hit the deck pretty hard and shaped away a little bit from Devon Thomas. Squared him up. You can see just squaring him up, just enough to square him up. And an easy catch in the end by Captain Hope. But that was exactly what the Barbados Pride needed. Now we've got the covers here and we're not sure what's going to happen. A little steadier, but looking at the bowling figures here. 2 wicket takers, Primus and Boyce. Game nicely set up for the Leeward Islands Hurricane, but that's a good time wicket for the Barbados Pride. Well, it's 172 for 4. 174 for 2, pardon me.
Well, this is the situation here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The covers are still on. Rain still coming down. But the Leeward Islands 174 for 2 off their 32.4 overs. Devon Thomas, the star man, 94 from 98 deliveries. We've just seen a fabulous innings from the young man. Now let's learn a bit more about him and his cricketing journey.
Born in the shadow of the Sir Viv Richards Stadium, Antigua has a local hero on their hands. In the small village of Williques on the Atlantic coast is where right-handed batsman Devon Thomas honed his trade.
It's a little of everything. Fisherman, you have football, mostly footballers. We have cricketers, but they never really represent Antigua like that. I'm the only one that represents West Indies on the Williques. But a little of everything. It's fun people, you know what I mean? And we used to play beach cricket. So the beach is mostly my part of my growing up scene.
Whether on the beach or on the road, it was Devon's grandfather who recognised and nurtured his talent. His obsession with the game was transferred to Devon, whose pathway to the pinnacle of the sport was inspired by the greats of the game.
My inspiration there was my grandfather name is Cecil Thomas. He's from Williques. He normally came here on the road to play because my friends always played on the road. He's the one that introduced me to the cricket. And then my grandfather, he wanted us to always watch cricket every morning. He always get up, watch West Indies cricket. He was a big fan of Carl Hooper. So yeah, I see Carl Hooper and Bear Lara and Shidney Chandipal, Sarwan. Those guys gave me the opportunity to say that I could make it.
As a motivated youngster, Devon often worked at the stadium so close to his home. He learned and received advice from West Indian legends.
My first time was I was a room attendant. So the day when Chris Gayle made 3 against South Africa, it's 213, I can remember. So every morning I used to come early so I could have thrown him some balls. So I get the feel of it and hang of it. And I used to enjoy throwing some balls to Chris Gayle at the time. I was a big fan of Jack Callis, Kevin Peterson growing up. I normally be an aggressive batsman, Ricky Ponting, a big inspiration as well. So I base my cricket around those guys, the way how they play the cricket. They're more attacking batsmen, so I grew my cricket around that type of bat.
Then, the breakthrough, as he was selected for the under-19 squad.
It was a great experience, getting picked for the under-19 for West Indies. It was a poor moment to represent the West Indies. My first innings was a half century against South Africa. Wayne Parnell, he shot me on the helmet, so I remember that moment.
Now, the 32-year-old is on the cusp of earning his maroon cap after 12 years in the wilderness. Having plied his trade mainly as a wicket-keeper batsman, it was actually his bowling exploits that the selectors spotted, a weapon in his arsenal that he may have to revert to as he seeks his Test debut.
I always rate myself a bowler. As I said, I make myself my first get picked for Antigua as a bowler. I always like bowling. I always play a lot of wind ball bowling. I only turned keeper because of the keeper was injured. So yeah, I think I'm more mature now. The franchise cricket helped me a lot. Even playing in the T10, being around international players and stuff like that. 2019, I could say, that changed my approach, thinking I could make West Indies team again. I always talk to the senior guys, even international players, and they always say that the best cricket is red ball cricket. That could test your technique and stuff like that. So I always thinking about playing for West Indies in a Test cricket, and I haven't played my debut as well. So I was really focused on making a Test team. But I've been there in the dressing room and the camaraderie and stuff like that, and it was one of the best I've ever been to in West Indies cricket.
And as he joins the Maroon ranks, he will always be thankful and aware of the impact his involvement has for the Williques stars of the future.
Just recently, Williques just started playing the first cricket. We never really played cricket as much. I think a lot of youngsters now loving the game, start to play the game, so I think I have to give back to that.
Well, the covers are still on here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, but while we wait for the cricket to resume, let's have a quick recap of yesterday's action.
Over the man, and that is what Leonardo Julian is capable of doing in the initial power play. Excellent use of the feet, and once he beat Robin Paul at mid-off, was always going to get a boundary. Back over the bowler's head, and it's the second boundary of the over. And all of a sudden, the West Indies Academy looking really comfortable with ball coming onto the bat. In the air and taken. And Teddy Bishop will be livid because he's thrown away such a good start.
As we see the sweep shot coming into play. In, out, in, and then stayed. So he used a little bit of a juggling.
They're going off. It's just got a bit heavier now. So that tarpaulin's going to be over the pitch. You can see it coming in. Was a chance of rain predicted all day, really. We kind of got a 50% chance of rain all day. It's one of those days. That's a long way outside off stump and dispatched by Leonardo Julian. That's come right out of the middle of his bat. He didn't worry about keeping that down. He went up and over. It was a smart shot in the end. That's going to be stumped. Simmons came a long way down the track there. His patience wore thin and he tried to work through the leg side, ill-advised, on a pitch that is turning and bouncing.
Reverse sweep and gets it fine enough. Really happy to see, even though he probably didn't get it as convincingly as he would have wanted. This is the direction that I think batters are going to go in the future against spin. Straight to the man, and he's thrown it away. All the hard yards he's done, Leonardo Julian. And that look sums it up. Really, you'll be disappointed.
The ball is pitched up. The ball is bowling around the wicket. He does not get to the pitch of the ball. He's trying to hit over the top of mid-off. It just goes straight into the hands.
Elegance, use of the feet, and execution from Kevin Wickham.
There's no deep mid-wicket. And he goes straight. One bounce, 4. That was well hit. It was smoke for the Jamaica Scorpions. Oh, that's a big switch hit from Kevin Wickham. Wow, that's come from absolutely nowhere.
This guy has some talent, this Wickham. That's not an easy shot to play, and he played it with such ease.
From Royal, a bit too full on that occasion. That's been swept away. Open space behind square.
Now he plays this well. It was pitched up, probably got it in the full, but when he played it, the leg stump was visible. So had he missed this, he would have been bowled.
That's one's been swung away, top edge. Has he found the gap? No, what a catch. Nkrumah Bonner. Crucial time for a wicket. The Scorpions will be happy with that. The Academy will be very disappointed. But it's a fantastic catch. Royal in the wickets again. Anderson departs. Bonner making good ground, diving away to his left. Wickham coming down, advancing to Royal, swung him across the line. Big shot over mid-wicket. Wickham goes on to 45, he's on the charge.
I think that the bowler saw him coming, pulled it down a little bit, hit the middle of the bat over mid-wicket.
That is dragged down. It might be a chance, though. Wow. Smile on the face of a geese there, but he will be livid and he will not know how he's got out to that delivery.
Pull it down, should have been dispatched. Went for it too early, but smart job done in the end by the wicketkeeper.
Has that bowled him? I think it has, you know. It's another fortuitous wicket from Bullard. Does a little bit of a dance, not quite knowing how he's managed to get out.
Well, he has done it again, Wickham. Get into the 40s, and as far as I'm concerned, it's giving it away.
Oh, has that bowled him? I think it's bowled him round his legs, has it? That's what the keeper's saying. Bit of confusion. Javor Royal isn't quite sure. The batsman turns around and walks off.
We can get a better view of it here now. There it is, boom. Maybe I dragged it on.
And this is the situation now. The players are back on the field. But I'm not gonna lie, it's looking pretty ominous up there to the east, as you can see in your pictures. It's coming down pretty heavily, but it hasn't quite reached the ground yet. So I anticipate another interruption in play.
The ground staff is in readiness. The players are a little bit concerned. You could see them looking up. They can see what's happening. We're hoping that it blows away. But while the ground staff is in place, you can never be sure. Anyway, the fielders are keen to try to get on with the game. But that is a possibility of what could come in this direction. We're all hoping, though, that it goes around the ground or away from the ground with the strong breeze that we're getting. Because if that comes in, it could be here for quite some time. The big man is at the crease, and he would want to get on with the cricket. Simmons to bowl to him. Sorry. It's Primus who got the wicket off Thomas. Primus to continue. Bowl at Jaffa. Mali.
Starts down the leg side. Rakim gets back. But yeah, produced a real wicket-taking delivery. Every time he's actually bent his back and hit that length pretty hard, we've seen him get a bit of assistance from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Wicket.
Primus actually jogged back to his mark. He's trying to get this over in if we can. He's getting back in a hurry. He wants to try to get Cornwall out. He's running back to his mark. The rain is looking at if it's coming. He's thinking if I can get another wicket here, this could set up us nicely, and he would want nobody else but Rakim Cornwall to get out.
Good finish, solid block from Rakim Cornwall, the end of that Primus over. It's 175 for 2. And the covers are coming on. They're gonna go up again. We're gonna have yet another interruption in play here. It's very difficult for the players, this going on and off, having to shut off mentally and switch back on. It's all part of being a professional cricketer, Courtney Walsh.
It is a part of that. This one looks a little bit more dangerous than the others. Everybody is just sprinting off the field. Cornwall just have a nice jog, taking his time. But this is at the way the game is at. 175 for 2 after 33. And a lovely looking batting card for the Leeward Islands Hurricane. And this is the bowling for the Barbados Pride. Simmons, a bit expensive. Warwickon, Chase not too bad, both identical. Boyce the wicket taker and Primus the wicket taker. But all the bowlers have suffered just a little bit, some worse than others. He's used up all the bowlers he could to try to get a couple of wickets against his name. They've only managed to get 2 thus far.
And so now let's just throw to highlights of yesterday's action with the Jamaica Scorpions resuming on 159 for 7.
Thick outside edge is going to run away for 4. Big spin, another wicket. Hitting against the spin of Bulai, who's having a day out. 3rd wicket for him. No wonder he's got a big smile on his face.
Well, he's been getting some turn, Bolai. Not sure what Ned was thinking and looking to do, but spun back in a long way. Might have chopped it on as well. But he has to go. Ned only one to his name on this occasion. And it's 165 for 8. It's in the air.
Heave-ho for 6. That's a big blow from Joshua Bishop. He's not going to worry too much about which way the ball's turning. Just hit it as hard as you can.
And that's what he does well. He's got the power and he backs himself. Hit it and hit it cleanly over the ropes.
Goes across the stumps, and that's a great bit of anticipation from Brandon King. Might be a run out. It's all happening. What on earth? That would have been an incredible catch, first of all, from King, who did brilliantly to anticipate. Then there was a miscommunication. Bishop was sent back. Did he get back? That was the key. They've gone upstairs for this. Haldane Thomas tries to throw at the bowler's end, realises the batsman's out of his crease, and instead of throwing, mid-action, he brings the ball down and runs out Joshua Bishop. Extraordinary piece of play, really. Haldane Thomas was about to throw at the other end. A good piece of mind to change the decision mid-throw and get it down to the stumps. Had he not, though, it would have been slightly farcical, you've got to say. Anyway, we can catch our breath now. We do know that Joshua Bishop is out. He's been run out, having hit a 6 off the previous delivery. Dismissed for 12. It's 173 for 9.
Yo, boy.
Has he got it? That is a brilliant piece of fielding if Dennis Bullard is held on. And that just sums up the day he's had. Unbelievable, really. And the Scorpions have dismantled the West Indies Academy for 182.
That's a fantastic catch from Mr. Bullard. He's now gotten a 4-wicket haul. That was really a very, very good, sharp return catch. Hit by McKenny Clark, hit back hard, and he moved to his left with alacrity and finesse, and that's got down and took it with one hand. Really well taken. He would be very pleased with that catch. He would be even more pleased to have 4 wickets. Look, that was hit hard.
A contender for the MasterCard priceless moment of the match. They were 134 for 3, the West Indies Academy. A good partnership developing between Wickham and Anderson. Starts again for Julian and even Teddy Bishop at the top. But the Lord, no real substantial contribution. And again, spinners wreaking havoc.
Just 182. And this is why that happened. The spinners, Royale. Javor Royale, 10 overs, 3 for 39. Jamie Merchant, 2 for 33. And then 4 for 32 from Dennis Bullard. Excellently done.
Inside edge. Could have easily been the first wicket, but instead it's 4. 6 for none. Well, Colin Croft in his crystal ball would have been an easy catch on the first wicket, but first slip out, and it's 4 for Brandon King.
Lack of experience. You've seen your bowler do things. The ball is swinging away from the right-hander. This is where, there it is. That would have been down his gullet at first slip. He would have been gone or dropped.
On top the bounce, Blackwood. And he thinks he's going to go for 4. It does go for 4. And positive intent to start this innings. 18 for none.
Another passing squall. At least we hope it's passing. The ground just has filled in terms of the clouds around the stadium. Hint of it, but that is crushed through the offside. Classic Brandon King. You cannot bowl there to him.
Yeah, trademark Brandon King cover drive. At times gets in a bit of trouble when the ball isn't quite full enough. But on that occasion, it was in his area. Length forward, sweet shot through the gap. He's varied his pace very well. Length and lines. As I say that, he drags one down.
Curse of the commentator, Marley. First bad deliveries bowled in some time. It was a long hop, really. And it just gave Brandon King plenty of time to pick his spot, which in this case was in between the short extra cover and cover. Oh, gloved, what a delivery! Surely, bit of brilliance from Joshua James, pace and bounce, that was lethal.
And we've seen that before from the young man. He hits the back of a length area very hard. Tall guy, well over 6 foot. Oh, what a snorter that was. Bounced off a length. Jermaine Blackwood not good enough to drop the hands. Gloves were exposed. It took the glove through to the wicketkeeper. He goes for 14. It's 38 for 1.
Straight down the ground, full toss taken advantage of by King. And maybe just trying to do a bit too much there, Joshua James, going for the magic ball.
Brandon King just waited for that one. Let it come all the way under his eyes and stroke that down the ground sweetly. Sweet time of the ball.
Oh, that is surely out. Yes, nipped in. King stuck on the back foot. He doesn't agree with it. Maybe it did a little bit too much. Possible. Did this seem a bit too much and go down leg side? To the naked eye, I thought it was very close.
Yeah, on first seeing this, it looked pretty stone dead, but maybe just doing a little too much, but not the worst decision from the umpire, I must say. Could have been clipping as well. Brandon King goes 28 from 40 deliveries, 43 for 2.
Bowled him! Chopped on. How many times have we seen a chop on today? It's the first one, though, of the Jamaica innings. Bonner shakes his head, but that's a big blow. 3 experienced men, international batsmen, back in the pavilion.
Josh James picking up his 3rd wicket here. And Nkrumah Bonner goes. Chopping on. A bit too loose outside the off stump. Not quite there for the drive. Maybe a bit early on that one. He has to go. He faced 15 deliveries. Goes for 2. It's 50 for 3.
He goes sweeping again, and he's exploiting the field this time. Big gap in sort of that fine leg region, and he gets it for 4.
This was premeditated. You could tell what he was thinking before. You know the gap is there.
This time he takes it on. And long on was in play for half a second, but it tells you about the power of Powell. Bold shot to play, but he executes perfectly and is a big over. Some 16 runs from it, 66 for 3. Almost had a wicket on his very first delivery. But all of a sudden, since Powell has come to the crease, the runs are flowing. Another boundary to the tally.
That was short, and McCarthy came back and pulled just over the head of the fielder. And once you clear the fielder there, it's going to always be 4 runs.
Too short, and pounced upon. Couple bounces into the boundary for 4.
That's a good shot again by Andrew McCarthy. But as you mentioned, Rovman might struggle a little bit against spin, but this is where Andrew McCarthy's at his strongest. I think he plays sprint pretty decent. So it could be backfiring because if he faces more of the leg spinner.
In the gap again. It is flown off the bat. And that is the power that Rovman Powell possesses. This is carnage at the moment.
When he's in this mood, he will dominate. Poor delivery, short, and he puts it away.
This time will be runs, and 4 of them off the bat of Rovman Powell. He's saying, bring the leg spin on.
Well, you can't afford to give him any width to use to free up those arms. Short, and he rocks back, picked his spot, and executed well. Made sure that there was no chance or no danger.
And that's been smoked. Smoked over mid-off for 4 runs, power from Powell.
Well, what a great thing the captain has gotten, because this was hit hard back over his head and towards that long off position for 4. That could be caught, but now it goes over the offside again for 4 more. I thought he would have caught that one. The 4 before brought up the 5th partnership, and then this one is over the top, just missing the man at mid-off.
He found the gap off the back foot, Andrew McCarthy. Oh, it's poor fielding from Kevin Wickham. Heavy outfield, managed to catch up to the ball, but fumbled in terms of pulling it back. 4 runs. Unforced error. Joshua James probably just a little too short. Andrew McCarthy good enough to find that gap, 4 runs. But there's a bit full. Bit too full. Found the gap. Easy stuff from McCarthy. Half volley from Bishop. 4 runs. He moves on to 25. The score 121 for 3.
This would have been a good delivery if the man at short extra cover had been on the circle.
Soft. You got one, Crofty. A bit soft there. Not really there for the drive. Inside half of the bat face closing in the hands of McCarthy. Easy catch to Bishop. He goes.
For me, I could see that McCarthy would be the one that you might be working on. He wants to get on with the game, but he's not as confident. This was the inner part of the bat. And the man at mid-on takes a very simple catch. As the other Bishop, the opening batsman Bishop, Young is the bowler. McCarthy goes to 28, 124 for 4.
Fabulous delivery. Has it carried? It looks like it has. Rovman Powell is walking. No long stay there this time for Rovman. He's happy with the decision. He goes. Bishop picks up that critical wicket. His first. Score 126 for 5.
That's a very good catch. I think that's the other Bishop, the opening batsman, Teddy Bishop. Absolutely well taken, moving to his left. So Teddy Bishop takes the catch. Joshua Bishop gets the wicket. He's gone for 42. Rovman Powell, 126 for 5.
Clipped away, should be another boundary. It's gone fine. It's gone for 4. The target now, 53 runs away.
4 much-needed runs for Jamaica. Just straight down the leg side a little bit, and it was helped along the way. Little flick of the wrist, guiding it down to the final leg boundary. Feel I had no chance of getting around.
Oh, big drive up and over the offside. Threw his hands at that. That's a boundary. Big open space to aim at. He took on the challenge.
Other chance of freeing up his arm. Just a little bit of width, and he went for it with the kitchen sink. Once he made contact, you knew it was going to be 4 runs.
That is a big, big hit from Odean Smith. He cleared the front leg and deposited that right into the stand.
Well, I think he has decided it's time to have a go. He's seen enough sighters. He's off the mark. Just a little bit of weight on here from Ned. And the strong Odean Smith went for it and made good connection.
Such a powerful hitter of a ball. Get it! He has gone again. This has gone straight. Is it a chance? Taken. 6 and out for Odean Smith. West Indies Academy needed that, and it's that man again. Not with the ball, but with his hands. Well taken, Joshua James.
Pressure is on for the Jamaicans. Odean Smith, 6 and out. 6 wickets down now. Didn't get a hold of it. And James made it look very simple in the end. Can't keep him out of the game. We've been calling for him to come back to bowl to take wickets. This time he is obliged by taking the catch. It's 146 for 6.
The arm ball claims yet another right-handed batsman, the left-arm spinner, Ashmead Ned. Fantastic delivery, doing Jamie Merchant. And that Odean Smith wicket has just opened up an end here. Big enough for the academy to go through.
Yes, absolutely magnificently bowled. Look at the celebration. I think he played on the back foot, the Jamie Merchant. He's gone, just 2 balls, no score. 146 for 7.
It's an outside edge and he's walking. Big wicket, just what the doctor ordered. Kevin Wickham comes to the party. Mystery spinner picks up that wicket. Maybe not his best delivery. He's gone for the other one. He's taking the edge. Thomas walks. 162 for 8.
They think there's bat, and the finger goes up. They're 1 away, the West Indies Academy, and Ashmead Ned takes off. Don't go anywhere. This is far from over.
Good catch again. Good bowling from Ashmead Ned. Celebration for the West Indies Academy team. Beautifully bowled. Bulai disappointed, but he had to go. And look at the celebration. Look at Ned go calling his teammates. The party has started for them. The game is not over as yet, but you'd think it has by their celebration. And there goes a very disappointed Dennis Bulai. For 10, it's 166 for 9.
This time it's taken. The West Indies Academy have done the impossible. It's victory for Naeem Young's men. And look at what it means to them.
They have stunned the Jamaica Scorpions here. Look at the celebration. Look at the jubilation. Everyone is very happy. The coaches are happy. The backroom staff are happy. The players who didn't make this game are happy. This means a lot to them. They have beaten the Jamaican teams with some West Indian stars. And this will be a very memorable moment for them.
It always started by the captain, Naeem Young, who took that crucial wicket of Andrew McCarthy and broke a 74-run partnership. But even then, you didn't think that it would come down to this. Just 182 runs on the board, but the West Indies Academy in match 9 of this CG United Super 50 Cup have fought. Robman Powell 42 standing out again, but Joshua Bishop and his return outfoxing Powell and his power. And then that low order again, struggling. Alden Thomas, the last one of real recognition to go for 22. And after that, well, the spinners, Ned, Wickham, Joshua Bishop really came into the game.
Yes, and you can see by the figures here, James with 3 for 19 started the ball rolling, but Ned came to see the moment. Then Wickham got 2 crucial wickets, the one of Thomas and then the last wicket to seal the game home. Take nothing away from Young. Naeem Young bowled pretty well for his 6 overs. He was steady and consistent, but I thought his captaincy as well was very good, was excellent in this game.
Well, these are the games you dream of as a cricket fan, as a cricket purist. Just 182 runs posted. Many thought it was below par, but not the West Indies Academy, who were able to defend and bowl the Scorpions up for 170 to pick up their first win as a group in the CG United Super 50 Cup.
What a win that was for the West Indies Academy. It's certainly rejuvenated this Zone B. And look at that. Covers are going off. We've still got some dark clouds around us. But maybe, just maybe, the worst of it has come through. Just keep our fingers and toes crossed. Barbados and Shea Hope waiting patiently, ready to get back out there again. But it looks like if we don't get any more rain, we will be starting again in the not too distant future. Despite those clouds, that's where it's coming from. We will take a break. On the other side of that, hopefully some more positive news. We've had a bit of a stop-start day here so far at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, but hopefully soon we'll be back on the start as they put the rope around the outfield to try and disperse some of the surface water. Good drainage here though, and we don't think we're going to be off for too much longer. The umpire's out in the middle, chatting with the ground staff and just trying to figure out when we have a viable restart time. We'll let you know as well in due course whether any overs have been lost or anything like that. 17 overs still to be bowled in this Leeward Islands innings. They're well placed at 175 for 2. And in that period, while we wait, we're going to take you back to a couple of days ago and a game of golf between these two sides. In the red corner representing the Leeward Islands, Hayden Walsh Jr. In the blue corner representing the Barbados Pride, Zach McCaskey and Akeem Jordan. It was fun.
Oh, sweet.
Right, guys, first question. Who's the better golfer?
Well, I would have to say me.
You're going to have that, Zach?
Yeah, going based on wins, he's got most of the wins, so I'd say that he's probably the better golfer.
What comes more naturally to you, bowling with the red ball or white ball?
The red ball. I love to bowl the red ball. You know, there was a saying going back that I couldn't bowl a white ball at one point in time.
Really?
Yeah.
Your record doesn't say that.
I know, but I've worked really hard on my game, you know, but if I had to choose, I really love to bowl the red ball. The red ball, yeah, like Test cricket, you know, that's my preference any day.
You've got a World Cup coming up next year, and this is a fantastic opportunity for you, isn't it, to put your name in the frame for that 50-over World Cup?
Yeah, it is, but I don't want to think too far ahead. You know, I just want to take it day by day, performance by performance, and then if the opportunity comes that I get a chance to, you know, be selected to play a tour or something prior to that, then I'll be very happy and hopefully that I can make it count.
How good is this guy?
Oh, he's class act, man. We played for the same club team back home. He's played some wonderful innings. He scored 150-something against Wanderers. He knows what he has to do to get the scores, and he's been working really hard as well, but I give him high praise.
Opening the batting, your captain, Shay, is giving you that opportunity. That must feel like a big vote of confidence with him coming in at number 3.
Yeah, it's a big booster for me, you know. Obviously, he has high standards of me, and that allows for me to play with a bit of comfort and, you know, a bit of freedom as well.
Should we see if the next shot's as good as the first?
Yeah, you should.
On a personal level, not going to the T20 World Cup must have been a big disappointment. Has it lit a fire inside of you to get back in?
Yeah, definitely. I was disappointed, but you know, I'm a warrior. I try to, you know, keep on going, keep on trying to make a name for myself. So, you know, it has lit a fire in me to you know, do well in all facets of the game. It's not just about bowling leg spin and my fielding. I can offer a lot more with the bat. So, you know, I'm really working hard to get my game up.
How's your golf?
It's not bad. It's not bad.
I think you're underplaying it, mate. You've been hitting everything straight down the middle of the fairway.
We've just started.
What's going to happen on Sunday?
We don't know. It's going to be a good game, though, I can tell you that. Yeah.
How do you think it's going to go?
Yeah, as Akeem said, it's going to be a good game, and I'm really pumped for it.
Yeah, I bet you are. I think we need to start off the competition with a little hole of golf, don't we?
Yeah.
Competition, you guys up for?
Definitely, I'm up for it.
Yeah, you're
Let's
going to
go.
take 2 of them on, though.
You can be my partner.
Yeah? I've got a Barbudan grandmother. It works out perfectly. Let's do it.
Sounds good. Barbados is batting first.
Sweet. Sweet.
Come back. Yo! Hey! Do it! Do it! Nice.
Oh, shoot.
Let's straight at it. Yeah, it was slightly thinny. Yeah, slightly. Don't worry, Matt. They still have to put it in. Go.
Just gotta drive off. You just gotta drive off. Yeah.
Cheers. Go, 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 go. Oh.
Go ahead, buddy. I don't miss you here.
Oh!
Back.
We're back in it. We're back in it.
What do you...
All right.
Whoa.
What? After. Okay.
That's that, so it's done, man. Come on.
Three lovely young men. Really enjoyed that day out. And now we're ready to continue the cricket. It's going to be Kamari Boyce, one of the Barbados wicket takers, to resume. And Casey Carty gets straight back on it. Classic Carty, back foot punch for a single. Colin Crofts alongside me. We haven't lost any overs, Colin, which is very good news for all concerned, particularly the Leeward Islands, because they are basically perfectly placed.
Fortunate for the Leeward Islands, but I think there can be some urgency here from the batting anyway.
That's a big drag down, and it's hit straight to long on. That was a gimme for Raheem Cornwall, but instead, he gave it away.
I think he thought he'd hit this much, much harder than that. The man at long on did not have to move at all, straight into his lap. Springer, the man taking that catch. Raheem Cornwall goes for no score. Disappointment for all. 176 for 3.
Rain delays are not helping the Leeward Islands Hurricanes at the moment. So they've just lost 2 quick wickets. Devon Thomas and then Raheem Cornwall for a duck. Brings Terence Ward to the crease. It's going to set them back a little bit. They're going to have to think about rebuilding. How short was that? It was begging to be hit. It was hit, but just in the wrong place. Went flat and straight to Shamar Springer. Raheem Cornwall will probably be thinking about that for quite a while now. And then it's a full banger, which isn't put away by Ward. Overcompensating Boyce.
Maybe a little bit nervous is Ward.
That's better. Might be finding it a little bit hard to grip the ball after the rain. There you go, that's the grip issue. This time it's put away by Ward. He's not going to miss out on 2 full tosses.
Down leg side of a full length. All the batsman had to do is make sure he doesn't hit it in the air. He does exactly that. He pulls it down just wide of the man at short fine leg, 4. So Ward is off the mark with that 4. It's going to be a very quick, I think, action here with the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They're going to have to start accelerating.
Where my boys?
Three full tosses in the over, but a wicket for Kamari Boyce, 180 for 3. Casey Carty is nearing his half century, 48 of 76 balls. I'd imagine he's going to be keen to up that strike rate in these final few overs. Currently striking at 63, but he's been solid. Now that Devon Thomas and Raheem Cornwall have gone, maybe he's got to take a bit more on his shoulders with the new batsman Terence Ward at the crease. Roshan Primus to continue. Bowled an absolute jaffer to get Devon Thomas on 94.
They are going to be very quick between the wickets. That's Terence Ward and Casey Carty, very quick. They move along at good pace. Raheem Cornwall is smiling because he's probably saying to himself now, hold on, I could have hit that all the way to Barbados. And he points exactly to the position he wanted to get it to. Instead, he hit it straight to the man at long on. Shamar Springer. Dabble again down to the man of the third man, trying to get that there. Instead, just misses. This was more a position of getting yourself out with a little bit of an edge to the wicketkeeper than going to third man for just a single. Could never understand that shot.
Bit of bounce, bit of extra bounce from Roshan Primus there. Ward having to take the bottom hand off the bat. I think it wrapped him on the glove.
We've seen him do this a couple of times, get some extra pace and definitely some extra bounce. He's a little bit of a wrong arm bowler. He's not all over the top, but he does hit the seam quite appreciably, and that just clipped the glove, the right glove removed from the bat.
He uses his arms and shoulder a lot, doesn't he? Just slings the ball down. Very powerful man. And occasionally get a bit of pace and carry.
Why?
In a strange way, I think the advantages have gone to Barbados Pride since we've had the rain. They've got a couple of wickets, not as many runs being scored. So I hope the wicketkeeper and captain will be pretty pleased. He's got his off-spinning partner, Rustin Chase, at first slip.
It's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, whenever you get a rain delay, it always seems to affect the batting side more than the bowling side. I guess they've got more to lose. The batters having to concentrate. One mistake and you're gone. Well, Devon Thomas got a brilliant delivery from Primus. Not much he could have done with that. Raheem Cornwall was just a lapse in concentration as the rain comes down again. Looks pretty strong as well on that camera. Casey Carty, I think, wants to go off. He's a bit confused. We're going to get one more ball at least. Good ball as well. Squared up Carty. 15 overs left. 182 for 3.
Kamari Boyce continues. Bit of rain around in the air here. Players not quite sure what's going to happen.
Also, will be difficult, I think, for the leg spinner to grip the ball, but he's gotten 2 wickets already. This is his 7th over, 2 for 29. He's not done a bad job. This is his first game like this.
That's been stroked away off the back foot by Ward for 1 run. If you look back to his wicket-taking deliveries, there actually been some short balls. Raheem Cornwall in particular just picking out that man, dragging it across the line. And that shot from Powell.
He's been thinking perhaps I could just dab it down there and get a single. Casey Carty, he's played well. He's gotten 100 already in this tournament. You might be thinking, well, I want to get it in this over. I don't want to wait for the rain or the next over. So still on 49, 183 for 3.
Kamari Boyce, the young guy. Probably the pick of the bowlers. That's been stroked down the ground. Dive by Simmons. Couldn't get anything on it. And that's 4 beautiful runs from Terence Ward. Just quietly going about his business. The Kittian. Just let that come onto the bat. Well stroked there, Courtney Walsh.
Good timing, good placement. Primus probably could have stopped it. Then the diving effort to no avail, and she just rolls to the boundary rope.
I think the rain interruptions have just checked the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They were building at the time. If you think Thomas maybe just removed just before that rain break. And on resumption, just taking a bit of time to get acclimatized again, as conditions have just changed slightly.
Yes, the conditions has changed slightly, and Barbados, I think it has benefited them. They've got 2 wickets during those 2 breaks.
It's well played from Ward again, showing good hands. Just opened the face through that vacant slip area, second, third slip area. He's been a good performer, actually. Maybe not a spectacular performer, but very solid in how he goes about his business with both bat and ball. Quite economical all round, and a very valued member of this Leeward Islands Hurricanes squad. It's 50 for Carty. Well played by the young man. His good form continues. 50 of 82 deliveries. I thought he's played really well, Courtney Walsh.
Played very, very well. Played the supporting role when Devon Thomas was going on the go. Rotated the strike, kept things sticking. And his 50 of just 82 deliveries, the partnership with him and Devon Thomas was very, very good. He now knows that he's got to be there at the end. There's still another 13 overs to go after this one.
Just on the legs there, worked away by Ward. And he's just starting to show the consistency that we expect from a player of his class. If you think he scored 100 against the same team last year, his maiden list day 100, 123. Chasing a massive 301. And he was there at the end, the young man. Just bringing what he's learnt from the international game back here to the list day game. And it's always good to see young batters putting their hands up, being responsible.
That one is it's clear of the wicket. Misfield on the boundary will give them that extra run. Maybe just a little bit slippery out there as we have had some rain. Still condition looking a bit overcast, but Barbados would not want to make those slip. They want to make sure they keep everything tight. It's 192 for 3.
It's going to be Boyce to continue into his 8th over now. Done a pretty good job here, considering what we've seen from the Leewards batters, Devon Thomas in particular. 94 of 98, shots all around the ground. And that's well played from Ward again. That's going to be 1. But Courtney, let me ask you quickly. We've had a bit of rain around. From my vantage point, it's still been quite good for batting, though. What's been your take on the conditions and how the pitch is played? You could tell me after this delivery.
Well, I think the bat has been dominating. Fortunate for Barbados, Pride, they got 2 wickets at the break, and it looked as if we might be getting some more rain, but the bat has dominated. Apart from those 2 breaks, I thought the batting team has done extremely well.
And also quickly, in terms of the team selection, we saw what Jordan did, especially with the new ball, how he got it to swing around, trouble Blackwood. You think maybe the Barbados Pride just missing a trick, unless he's injured, but just missing a trick, not playing him?
Well, today they said that toss he was rested, so maybe they have a rotation policy that they've decided to rest him. But he bowled very, very well. Shaped the ball in good pace off the wicket, so he could have been effective on this surface.
That one probably just slipping out of the hand of Boyce, just struggling to grip the ball here as the rain comes down. But the groundsmen don't seem that worried just yet. Still looking pretty relaxed there on the boundary. Maybe just going down leg there, Boyce pleading for a third. But that's the end of his 8th, the end of the 38th over. 194 for 3. And it looks like it's going to be Roston Chase to come back into this Barbados Pride attack. He's bowled the 7 overs. Just the one made in 30 runs. No wickets. But I think he's what we've seen from him is what we tend to see from Roston Chase with the ball. He's been pretty good. And at times he's a genuine wicket-taking threat. He's caused a few problems for the batters, but not managing to pick up a wicket here today.
He's got a few wickets in this competition so far. I think he's got 6 to his name. Almost getting number 7 there. But he's been one of the bowlers of Barbados who has been successful in breaking partnerships, getting wickets, or giving them that extra wicket whenever they've called upon him. I think Shai Hope is now trying to get another wicket here before they close the play, try to build on the pressure they've got with those 2 wickets they got in the breaks.
Yeah.
And a deep square comes up into the circle. Man goes down. That's stroked away again by Carty. The run rate 5.09. They'll be hoping to boost that as this innings progresses towards the death.
There's still a slight drizzle going on, but not heavy enough for the umpires to come off. We're hoping that that is just blowing away.
It's tough on the bowlers, especially the spin bowlers here. Every time the ball goes out in the field, it picks up moisture, making it difficult to grip.
Tough on every bowler, Mali. Not just the spinners, not because of your finger spinners, but even the seamers won't be able to grip that ball when it's too wet.
I have to agree with you. It's extra tough on the spinners, though. Looking to give that ball a massive rip. You see that rag there. Bit of a misfield. Yet another single. Just 1 ball left in this chase over. Just gone for 2 runs. He's been tight. Batters have really struggled to get after him, and he's picked wickets up as well. But not in this match so far. Will they keep him out? Casey Carty. That's the end of Chase's 8th, the end of the 39th. It's 196 for 3. Boyce. Just drifting onto the legs there. That's worked away. Ward yet another single, 15 off 20. He's done a pretty good job here supporting Casey Carty, but someone's going to have to pick up the mantle that probably was left by the Raheem Cornwall dismissal. Someone's going to have to put the foot to the metal here. I think it's going to be Carty. He's already in, set.
No.
It's well bowled by Boyce. Not really giving Carty much room to find a gap on that offside. Giving the ball a good dry there. As we see the drizzle, it looks quite heavy on the screen. Coming down. Just thrown a bit wider. Carty uses his feet. Reaches out to that one, gets one. And the score moves on to 198 for 3. See Craig Brathwaite on the screen. He'll have to do quite a bit of batting as well. Leewards looking to get as near 300 as possible here.
Has a big swing at that. Did not connect. A little inside edge. Fortune favor the Brave. But you can tell that they're thinking about pressing on, trying to get on with it. Showing good intent, but not good connection. Little inside Nick for a single. But I know you're saying Carty might be the one to go. But it might be Ward that needs to push on, so Carty can bat in and out.
Nice, man. Nice, Carter.
Yes, that's a very sage point there, sir. Casey Carty. No run. Casey Carty very frustrated not to find that gap. End of Boyce is over. End of the 40th. And it's 199 for 3.
Sweet ma. No! Sweet. Nice.
It's heavy rain coming on now. I think they're going to leave the field. Yes, they are. And it's been an on-off day so far. The ground staff has got their work cut out. The covers has to be taken out again. Your local knowledge, Mally, what's going to happen?
So I think we'll have that 45-minute interval now. And then, yeah, it's raining here. The groundsman just struggling to get that tarp on. Yet another interruption here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The players will not be happy with this. On and off, having to switch on and switch off. Bowlers having to warm up, cool down, warm up again. It's tough. Definitely tough on these players. But this is the situation here. Hopefully we'll get cricket on again. Leeward Islands Hurricanes, after 40.1 overs, are 199 for 3. Devon Thomas, 94 off 98. Kieran Powell, poor shot, 18 off 23. Casey Carty, though, still there, 55 off 94. Raheem Cornwall didn't trouble the scorers today, but Terence Ward doing a very good job, 16 off 23.
And this is the Barbados bowlers. Simmons, probably the most expensive, along with Curtin, both going at 7s. Wicket takers, Boyce, 2 for 35. and Primus 1 for 25 from his 5 were the pick of the bowlers. And 2 of those wickets came just after the intervals as well. But they'll be hoping that if they come back out, that they can close out the remaining overs without the Leeward Islands pride pressing on the gas. Carty, who has done well, they would want to stay, but as far as hope is concerned, he would want his bowlers now for the next couple of overs just to be on top of it.
So we're going to have the 45-minute interval now, but in the meantime, let's take a look back at the highlights of the first match of this CG United Super 50 tournament. After the break, we'll have a look at those highlights of the first match of this CG United Super 50 tournament. Good news here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The covers are off, but we've got the interval for the lights to take effect. But in the meantime, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, 199 for 3. Thomas, 94 off 98. Carty, 55 off 94. Still there. And Terrence Ward as well, 16 from 23. But while we wait for the lights to take effect, let's go to the first match of this CG United tournament between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the West Indies Academy.
But really is a fantastic day for action. Live from the monstrous Sir Vivian Richards Stadium with so much history.
Okay, guys, let's play.
Finally, after the COVID-19 pandemic, we've resumed to full action. We've got the 6 territories, as well as the CCC and the West Indies Academy. First delivery. And straight away, it's a wicket. Jeremiah Louis has struck on the very first delivery of this CG United Super Cup.
Well, that's a fantastic catch. Couldn't ask for a better start. Having won the toss and put the opposition in, that's the perfect start they would have wanted. Louis hitting the target, spot on.
Well, it's Teddy Bishop who's walking back, and just one ball for him. A good low catch taken by Hayden Walsh Jr. Gone for none, none for one. Goes aerial, hasn't quite got it, and there's a long off waiting, and the long off takes it, and it's 2-2 for the Leeward Islands. What a start this is after winning the toss. First Jeremiah Louis, now Raheem Cornwall striking.
And that's a plan that has came to fruition. You could tell that was the intention, and Kirk McKenzie succumbed to it. Clever bowling. Give me that a little bit more here. Raheem Cornwall. And the fielder looked a little bit in doubt at first, wasn't sure where he was from the boundary ropes, but a very good smart catch in the end. And Captain Kirk McKenzie, after facing 6 ballers, gone. It's now 5 for 2.
He's latched onto that, but there is a man in the deep. May have just misjudged it. And in the end, I think it's hit the rope on the full. Kevin Wickham early, just breaking the shackles.
Well, he went for it. At some point in time, he must have been a bit concerned, a bit worried, because the fielder made good ground. But I think the power that he hit it with was just enough to clear the fielder. And the 6 runs, and it's now 14 for 2. Well, this is the last ball of the previous over. Well hit.
Gone away down to the backward square boundary there by Connor Wickham. 4 runs. It was in the air for a second or two, but in the gap. 4 runs, and the score is 27 for 2. Wickham on to 16 from 19.
Very loose delivery then by Raheem Cornwall. Just down the wrong line. The length just enough for the batsman to pull around.
In the air again, down to Ward, and oh, it looks like a good effort. Didn't manage to hold that one, but pushed it back. I think we're going to have a replay of that one to see whether he actually saved 6 runs there, Terence Ward. Took a good catch earlier as well down there on the long on boundary. But looks like he saved that one, Mr. Croft. Fantastic work.
Interesting how they're going to see this one, because I think that he actually had to lose the ball before he went over the boundary. Now, he's airborne, and therefore, right now, it's legal. But I think as his foot comes down over the boundary, I'm not sure that this foot is hitting the ground when the ball comes out of his hand.
Yeah, it's a bit inconclusive there with the boundary just obscuring the view of the foot, and the umpire signals 6 runs. Lots of open spaces, and just as you said, Colin Croft let that ball come on, found the gap outside that off stump, presented with width by Colin Archibald. 4 runs to Wickham. He's gone on to 26 of 23, scoring now at well above 100 strike rate. Good shot there. Drop catch there. Oh, what's happened there, Jeremiah Louis? Looked to be a regulation catch. It was hit with a bit of power, but put down.
Badly, badly missed here by Jeremiah Louis.
Next side.
Long hop there from Colin Archibald and dispatched by Wickham.
Pitch the ball up. That was a long hop, I agree with you. I mean, he had to work hard because it dropped so short, but he pulled it through that forward square leg position with disdain.
Innovative stroke there. Kevin Wickham, reverse sweep of Kofi James, 4 runs, moves on to 40, looking good.
This guy is pugnacious. I think he decided, I'm going to try everything I know. Reverse sweep, affects it very successfully.
Oh, chance. Taken. Poor old Kevin Wickham. He's batting so well, wasn't he? He was pulling so well. That ball was there to hit, but 3 men out on the leg side. He picked the man out behind square.
Spoke too soon. Shortage delivery from James. And Wickham, who was playing so well, didn't get a chance, didn't get a hold of it the way he wanted to and held out. Disappointment in the face of Kevin Wickham. He's gone for 44. The score at the moment, 73 for 3.
Oh, bit of aggression there and timing as well. From Keegan Simmons, he's been trying to get that shot away all innings. He's finally got his first boundary. What a glorious shot it was as well.
Certainly was. A bit flighted by Raheem Cornwall. Good use of the feet.
Swept well, and that's going to be another boundary for Simmons. The first one he made himself, came down the track, beautiful timing. That one was a bit more of a freebie. James erring in his line.
Badly lined delivery that time by Kofi James, and was well swept away.
Oh, I tell you what, that was in the air, right through the gap. Good bit of fielding on the boundary. I think he might have saved that. We'll have to have a look at that. But that was almost a 4th wicket. That was catchable height just to the right of Raheem Cornwall. Hard to see from that angle, isn't it, really? It was fabulous work in the deep by Devon Thomas, who nowadays doesn't really have his wicket-keeping gloves on very often. He's used to being in the outfield. And I think he might have just done that perfectly, really. Very hard to do that with all your momentum going into the boundary rope. I think he's just got that ball away. Oh, deft touch, really deft that from Auguste. Good effort by the fielder, but that's gone away for a boundary. Enjoyed that.
Very well done by Hakeem Auguste. Took that right off the stumps, and the chase was in vain.
I don't think Ward's trying to turn too many. Oh, that's close, very close, surely gone. As I was saying, just trying to play square of the wicket from balls that are very close to the stumps, and that just skidded on from Ward. Had to be crashing into leg stumps, surely.
Good delivery. A little bit flatter, a little bit quicker. And he knew it straight away. From the time the ball struck the pad and the appeal went up, he just about walked away from the crease.
Keegan Simmons is gone. West Indies Academy 4 down.
sat on it, and the celebrations begin. A huge wicket, and persistent pays off for Kofi James. He's really put together this spell well, and he's deserved that wicket. Simmons, after an impressive start, has got to go.
And maybe this is why the Leeward Island Hurricanes have decided to keep on the off spinner, because he's been very, very economical. And when you get a ball to bounce like this, wrong shot, there is no future in that. The only thing that could be hit here is the edge, and it was hit. The wicketkeeper took a very, very good catch. Now he's going to go back in the pavilion and maybe curse. He's gone for 43. 106 to 5.
Back in 2019, almost rolling onto his stumps. Kevlon Anderson, very fortunate.
I think that he was a little bit lost there. He kind of left this ball alone, allowed it to hit his body, and then lost sight of where the ball was.
There's a big slog sweep from Kevlon Anderson. Just misses his off stump, but at least a bit of intent finally.
Well, Mr. Gore would be disappointed at this because it actually turned a little bit and bounced. And because it bounced, it might just have missed the stumps.
Oh, that's bold. Finally, the long vigil of Kevlon Anderson comes to an end. And what a strange way to get out as well. Again, the pace taken off that. And he's managed to glove that delivery, which looked like he was heading down leg side, back onto his stumps.
Yeah, I think that he might have just hit on the edge, maybe even his pad. This would tell us. I just had been clipped on the pad and pulled back onto the stumps. Cornwall couldn't be bothered about that. He's gotten the wicket. Kevlon Anderson's long vigil is ended. He's made 35. The score 148 for 6.
There's a big shot. Has he got enough on it? Yeah. No. Oh, he's done brilliantly well. So well there, Hayden Walsh Jr. Don't mind him not bowling when he's doing stuff like that in the field. I think he has got that absolutely spot on.
Well, this is what you do when you're a West Indian star. You might not be bowling. He gives him out. The umpires are definitely conferring, and they're going to go up to the third umpire, but he thought he was out. Now he's elevating himself. He takes the catch there. He's now grounded inside. He's going back out. He's gotten the ball out of his hand. And now he's come back into the playing arena. He's taken the catch. I think that's gone.
Just brilliant athleticism, wasn't it? And so casual as well. That's the key there, is not panicking, keeping the limbs nice and loose.
The casual is West Indian. We do that all the time. Good, bad, or indifferent. We are very casual. The umpires are not so casual. They were waiting for a decision to be made. But I think that that catch was taken by Hayden Walsh. Well, it looks very much as if definitely not a no ball.
Absolutely nothing wrong with that, and Joshua Bishop knows it. He is almost over the boundary line. Just awaiting for the official confirmation, but that is a brilliant bit of work on the boundary by Hayden Walsh Jr. Out, 151 for 7.
He's gone big, and he's just got enough on it. Straight back over the bowler's head, and what an introduction into the attack for Jeremiah Louis. As soon as pace back on the ball, the West Indies Academy looking much more promising.
What a way to go. First ball of the game, a wicket. First ball of his second spell, a mighty blow for 6. What a big contrast.
More fortune for Joshua James. Sometimes fortune favoring the brave. Over the keeper's head. And a first big over in a long time for the West Indies Academy. First a maximum, now a boundary. Doesn't matter how they come at this stage.
Disappointment for Jeremiah Louis. It was the decent enough delivery.
Raheem Cornwall continuing. James down the track again. Hasn't got it this time, hitting into the wind. And it's easily taken. Deep backward square says thank you very much. And after a couple big blows, Joshua James has to depart.
That's exactly the point I was making a few moments ago. Continue with the spinners. They've been bowling extremely well. And Joshua James hitting into the strong wind. Couldn't get enough on it to take it over the ropes, and he's gone. Made 16. Cricket Academy 172 for 8.
That looked good. And Gustard says yes. Raheem Cornwall's got 2 in the over. And McKenny Clark just looking to turn it into the onside. Misses a straight one.
Seem to be curtains for the Cricket Academy. Well-flighted delivery. A poor attempt from McKenny Clark. Hitting right in front of those stumps. He's gone for naught from 2 deliveries. Cricket Academy 172 for 9.
Out the middle, and almost like they're batting on a different surface, the Leeward batters. The way they've come into the game, just picked it up, made it look effortless, and holds the pose a couple of times as well.
He can hit the ball, Johan Lane, and I can tell you he fancies his batting as well.
Dot to end. 2 dots to end, and really good stuff from Jeremiah Louis after he went for 15 in his last over, just conceding 2 runs and a leg by in this final over of the innings. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes able to contain the West Indies Academy to 190 for 9. A position that Jamar Hamilton, Raheem Cornwall, members of that senior group will feel very happy about on what is seemed to be a very good batting deck.
They certainly will be very pleased with the effort today. Anything under 200, they will fancy the chances of getting that total. But at the same time, those runs are already on the board. So you can't take it for granted. They still have to go and get them. But it's a way below par score.
Well, one thing to note is, in that 2019 season where the emerging players won the Super 50, there were a lot of small totals that they were able to defend. So don't think that this one is over by any means just yet. That man on screen, Raheem Cornwall, will be very important though, with the bat in hand.
And if my memory serves me correctly, the emerging players beat the same Leeward Islands in the finals. So there's a lot to play for.
Spot on. This is the scorecard. Early wickets going down for the Academy. The 2 openers went without scoring, but then really substantial partnership between Kevin Wickham and Keegan Simmons. They just lost their way in the middle period, just scored at 3 runs and over. But a good finish to the innings to get up to 190. Leonardo Julian with a small contribution of 18 from 73 deliveries, but the Lord a 16 from James and 11 from Johan Lane.
Bowling has been very good throughout. Been led by the impressive Raheem Cornwall, taking 4. 2 to James, and a wicket apiece for Louis, Gore, and Ward. Good performance by the bowlers from the Hurricanes.
Almost reminiscent of the Academy innings, losing a first wicket on the first delivery there. Ball just bouncing from Josh Bishop, going past the edge of Kieran Powell, the left-handed Kieran Powell.
And there you go. You just called it Mali. Devon Thomas just fending something straight to first slip. It was a terrible stroke, really, or attempt. Well, that was an extremely wide delivery. Why did he go for it? And the Hurricanes losing the first wicket. Loud appeal, not outside the umpire. Leslie Reaper Jr. is unmoved. Bishop was very excited.
I think there was a little inside edge on that one. Fabulous shot there. Casey Carty showing his class. Presented with width. Young Laney just a little too short and wide outside that off stump, Sir Kirtley.
Certainly was, and was duly punished by Casey Carty.
Just to sneak another wicket here, just put a bit more pressure on the Leeward Islands. Edge taken, second chance, he parried it and then took the rebound. That was sharp from the first slip, and not for the first time Joshua Bishop has found an edge.
You must be a soothsayer. You called it. Bad shot. He's waiting and moving backwards to the leg side. Nicely caught there by Bishop. That's Teddy Bishop. Took a very good catch. And so Kieran Powell goes back. He's made 8. And it's 23 for 2.
There's the big shot chance. Taken, that's a good catch. Running back, never easy those. Just backpedaled the man at backward point. The ball was spinning as well. And managed to take it reverse cup. So this is a great start, isn't it, from the West Indies Academy. 3 down.
Well, I hope you have the lottery numbers because he called this one too. He's trying to hit that right out of the park. A big splice. Now, the bowler, he's waiting. Mr. Joshua Bishop, he just says, take it. He knows he's got his man. So, Kareem Agor, he goes for 4. It is 27 for 3.
Again, that's another drag down. That's punished by Carty. Not a good start this by Kevlon Anderson. Is it going to go to the boundary? Just. Bit of a freebie, you'd have to say.
The batsman smiling. I think he's trying to pull this down and quicker, but it turned.
You don't see that too often. With the floodlights on, he's going to put the light meter on top of the stumps and take a reading. Now, as I look around, it looks as though the lights are fully on. Maybe 1 or 2 of them are not fully firing.
And in comes James. So a bit of seam they've hopped for. I've heard a fair amount about this young man, so I'm keen to see him. It says he can be aggressive at times, right arm medium. So I'm very keen to see his approach and what he does.
From the Sir Kirtley Ambrose end. Just want to maybe, after a break, you know that they've got this green grass, getting a bit of extra bounce. You're just rolling the dice maybe in Kurt McKenzie, trying to just get that wicket, surprise maybe these batters. Big shot this time. And good awareness from Casey Carty because the mid-on was up in the circle. Hitting against the spin, but he's backing himself. And that will help take some of that pressure off. Gone all the way for a maximum.
Well, he's picked his spot pretty well. And very good execution. After 16 over, it's 72 for 3.
Edge and just past slip, and it will run into the boundary as well. Some fortune for Casey Carty in the last couple of overs, but the runs are following him, most of 46.
Yes, I think the extra bounce done him again. Wasn't able to control it, as we'll see. Bit of extra bounce, went over the slip head. Can't really call it a chance, but from a bowling perspective, you'd say advantage to the bowler.
Straight to the man, and it's a wicket for Joshua James. At first, subdued celebrations, but Jamar Hamilton is livid. Seems like he's missed out. He's hit it so well, but picked out that field at point. And that could be the wicket the Academy need.
Certainly a very big wicket for them. Went in the air all the way. Well hold in the end. James celebrates. And that's a very, very vital wicket for the Academy. They'll be very happy. Jamar Hamilton, not very happy at all. It's 78 for 4.
That was a beautifully timed stroke. We almost lost that one here from the commentary box. It raced to the boundary. Casey Carty was quick onto that short one from Josh James.
Well, one of the things that I think the bowler would learn quickly from this is that the batsman is very quick on his feet on the leg side. Well, that man at mid-off takes the catch. Maybe he was not altogether sure that he'd taken it. The umpire is not sure either. But he definitely is gone. That's the wicket I was talking about. James is gone. He's gone for 7. He's going to go back very slowly to the hutch. But this is pressure. This is pressure allowed that shot. He's trying to get the ball away from an over that hadn't scored too many. He tried to hit that. It hit the top of the bat, the splice. Interesting there. Even Clarkey is not altogether sure if he's gotten the wicket. Well, Kofi James is gone. He's caught James and bowled Clark. He's made 7, 99 for 5. Dear, oh dear, where did that pass? What a spectacularly good last delivery. Look at this. How did that miss the top of the off stump? Now that one is airborne. This could be out. It is out. That is the wicket that they needed. The West Indies Academy, exactly the reason that Joshua Bishop was brought back, to get a wicket. And this is one of the big ones. This is Raheem Cornwall. He's trying to hit that maybe over long on. It bounced, and he just couldn't control it. So the bowler himself decides, I'm going to take this. This is mine. Perfect dismissal. Perfect recall for the bowler. Raheem Cornwall, he's gone. Caught and bowled by Bishop for 1. It's 102 for 6.
Shot up and over the offside. Didn't try to overhit. That is pure class from Casey Carty. Quite possibly the shot of the day.
Certainly was a good shot.
There is the possibility of going up and over cover, which we've seen once already from Casey Carty. Not an easy shot, though. Comes down and hits straight and hard. That is a proper shot all the way. He's a talented young man. Can he lead his side over the line here? 17 not out now.
A well-flighted delivery that time from Joshua Bishop. But he was right in the arc.
Yeah.
That's pulled up in the air, but quite a long way. All the way. I think that's just crept over the line. It has. Terence Ward getting in on the action. That's gone a long way, that pull shot.
It wasn't that short a delivery, but he really played it well. Didn't bounce as much either, and hit it to the longest part of the boundary, deep mid-wicket for 6.
Yeah.
Good shot there. Just what the Hurricanes need. Trickles into the boundary. Terrence Ward, 13 off his 24 deliveries. He's played quite a good supporting role to Casey Carty. Occupied the crease, finding the gap, showing good wrists, good hands. 4 more runs. Wickham disappointed.
Very disappointing look on Wickham's face, but that's 4 runs to the Leeward Islands Hurricane. And Ward would be very, very happy with that. He's playing a good supporting role. That 17 is a vital 17 in the context of the game.
Very much so on this one. Finds that gap through cover. Starting to time the ball quite sweetly now, Terrence Ward. He spent a bit of time. 26 deliveries, now on to 21. That one just a bit full from Wickham. And Ward throwing the kitchen sink at that one. James again in there, but inside edge goes away. Down to the fine leg boundary. Casey Carty has had a bit of luck tonight, but he's ridden that luck. And he now moves on to 82. Approaching yet another 100 here for the Leeward Islands.
Another good delivery that's from.
Sweetly timed. That's a shot. That's a man full of confidence, Courtney Walsh. The way he stood tall, hit that on the top of the bounce, over extra cover. That's what you call a shot of class.
Just slightly over pitch, the angle still coming in, but what Carty did was kept his balance. You can see there, good position, waited on it. Well, that's a full toss, missed, straight in the stumps, he's out ball. He's not going to be happy with that when he sees the replay, but that's a wicket that the Academy needed. Ward will be very disappointed. Played across the line, off a full toss, missed it, and he was out bowled.
And it's almost a hallmark of what we've seen from Wickham. Maybe a bit too full on this occasion, but he's getting the ball. He's got the ball to dip quite quickly all day here. And on that occasion, it looked like a fully, but by the time it hit the stumps, it was hitting the base of the stumps. Told you how quickly the ball fell out of the air. Ward goes for 23. Still need 33 from 101. Deft stuff from Casey Carty. Just use the pace on that one. And like you said, kept his composure. Allowing that ball to come on. Just opened the face slightly, finding that gap. 4 welcome runs.
He'll get it now, Casey Carty. A big moment for him, a young player still trying to make his name in international cricket. But this will do his confidence a world of good. Second list 100 for the man from St. Martin. Huge achievement to open his CG United Super 50 Cup.
Much appreciated by his teammates and the small crowd that has gathered here today and this evening.
Gotcha.
Aerial, but all about the positioning from Hayden Walsh Jr. Too straight for that long on fielder. And well, that may just be the final nail in the coffin.
He struck that with some degree of power. Hayden Walsh Jr. Just out of the reach.
Crafty, and that will be it. The winning runs for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Heartbreak for the West Indies Academy. So close, they fought so hard towards the end. But experience reigning, and that man on screen, Casey Carty, leading his team from the very onset to the promised land. Take a bow, young man.
Well-deserved win from for the Leeward Islands Hurricane. They were in a spot of bother very early. And that was the winning run. Short delivery from Johan Lane, and very well played by Hayden Walsh Jr. over the top of the keeper's head for 4. And that man on the screen, Casey Carty, what a brilliant 100 that was for his team, getting them over the line. It wasn't the most impressive batting display from the Hurricanes, but one guy stood up. That man on screen, Casey Carty.
Just his second 100 in now 33 list day matches. But it's come at a real important time for Leeward Islands, starting this CG United Super 50 Cup with a win. And I just think not only the fact that he scored 100, but the way he's gone about it as well. 103 from 120 balls, 10 boundaries, 2 maximums, strike rate of 85, but he showed good intent to rotate the strike. Jamar Hamilton, leading his team onto the field, will be happy about this performance.
They certainly will be happy because they needed to win the game to start the tournament with some confidence. It wasn't the best batting display, and that is something I'm sure head coach Andre Coley and his crew will be talking about. But at the end of the day, they got the job done. But the batting has to get better going forward. Jimbo Cornwall, very experienced campaigner, bowled well today, didn't get off with the bat. Congratulations all around. Well done to the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Says a lot about the depth as well. The fact that you could have this 7-wicket partnership now put on some 33 runs. 9th-wicket partnership, correction. So on the flip side of things for Andre Cooley's side, the West Indies Academy, they'll be expecting Naeem Young back, maybe even Ashmead Ned, and we'll build on this performance, given the fact that they've fought all the way to the end. Maybe 20, 30, even 40 more runs, bit more application to the middle. This game becomes totally different.
Yeah, 190 was never going to be enough. But they really fought hard, the West Indies Cricket Academy, and pushed the Leeward Islands Hurricanes all the way down.
Well, it was a tough start for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They lost Devon Thomas very early. Joshua Bishop caused havoc through that top order, but one man stood there and just ensured that he would guide his team, and that's Casey Carty. Second list day 100 from 116 balls for his century. A couple of stutters through the middle, but Terrence Ward, a crucial 23 to get them to that position, and then Hayden Walsh Jr., as he so often does, lowered a contribution 18 from 19. They win it in 39 overs.
Not a bad bowling effort from the West Indies Academy. Joshua Bishop stands out with his 4 wickets for 40 runs from his 10 overs. A wicket apiece for Clark, James and Wickham. But they really put in the good effort and pushed Leeward Islands right down to almost the end. Very well done to the Cricket Academy, and nothing to be ashamed of. They will get better.
Sir Curtly Amber is a happy man, and he has every right to be, because this scorecard says a lot more than the numbers. The Academy posting 190 in their 50 overs, lost their way through the middle period, but fought extremely well with the ball in hand. But Casey Carty standing out. Well, the situation here at the moment, very unfortunate because the way that this game was boiling down, you really thought we could have a very close affair. But at the moment, the heavens are open. So it means that we are in hopefully a small pause. But the Leeward Islands Hurricanes will be probably the more upset of the two teams because they were cruising at 174 for 2. Sorry, 174 for 1. Then they lost the wicket of Devon Thomas after that first rain interval, and then went off again, and Raheem Cornwall was caught at long on without scoring. So still have Casey Carty and Ward, this partnership developing nicely, 23 runs. But they'll hope that they can get back out there very soon to continue. They've got to get all of that water off before we can have any resumption. So that in itself will be a challenge for the ground staff. But the rain does seem to have halted. There is that strong breeze which will be helping push those clouds away from the venue. But we hope that that could be possibly it for the night in terms of no more rain and hopefully more action. So, whilst we try to get things up and ready for you, let's look back at one of our good matchups in this CG United Super 50 Cup, where the Jamaica Scorpions took on the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in match 5. First delivery, here we go. Well, in the last game, of course, Sir Curly, we started with a wicket on the very first delivery when Jeremiah Louis for the Leeward Islands got that wicket of Teddy Bishop. Today, though, the Leeward Islands batting first. Goes aerial this time. Devon Thomas, and I think he's got enough on it. Sorry, yeah, it is Devon Thomas, and he will get enough on it. Good piece of work done by the Scorpions captain. They come out for 3.
A little bit risky that time from Devon Thomas. Wanted to play it a little bit straighter. Took the outside half of the bat, went aerial, but was safe.
Catch!
Sweeps hard, and will be in the gap as well for Devon Thomas. These are the strokes this man is capable of if he gets in and builds an innings.
It was a good shot. He got to the pitch of the delivery. It wasn't a bad delivery, by no means. He took his chances.
Ball. Yeah, that's it.
May have been put down.
Easy.
Carry to slip. Be interesting to see that one on the replay because there was no real excitement from the keeper, and Bai signaled. Just came off the upper thigh. Down the track. Mid on up in the circle though, and he'll get runs. Devon Thomas, not the most convincing of strokes, but he's got his innings off to a start.
Didn't get a hold of it the way he would have liked, but got enough bat on it to get it past the mid-on fielder for 4. Didn't time it properly, but had enough legs to get over the rope.
Latched onto that one. Don't bother running, Devon Thomas. He's looked in really good touch to start this innings. Moves into the 20s.
Shortish delivery from Gordon. And with the lack of pace in the surface, it was pretty easy for Devon Thomas to execute. If you're going to bowl a bouncer, bowl a bouncer.
Put down. Big chance. And big disappointment as well for Enkrom Abona, who's usually a safe pair of hands in the field. Devon Thomas survives. End of 8, 36 for none.
Let's have a look at it from a reverse angle. Again, it wasn't too short. He's trying to drag it across to the leg side. It's gone hard, but you'd have to say pretty much straight at Bonner. Here's Jamie Merchant, off spinner. Starts with something very cuttable for Devon Thomas, and he puts it away. So already that drop proving slightly costly, Courtney.
Very costly. Merchant first ball being put away.
Short and pulled hard by Ross Powell. Good effort on the boundary, but not quite from the man out there on the leg side. That was well hit.
Normally McCarthy is a much better fielder than that. He would have been very disappointed. But was hit very hard by Powell. Middled it. Got enough pace on it to make it very difficult for McCarthy. He normally stops those. Well, they're going to put it through the gauge now just to check. And it's struggling a little bit in that one. Struggling a little bit. Almost going through. That one went through. Will they change it? Look as if they will. He's on his way to make sure that's done.
Oh, that's a huge slog sweep, which he's missed completely. And I think it's bowled him. Just clipped the off stump. That was coming, you got to say, Ross Powell. He was getting so impatient.
You could tell it's going to happen soon, sooner rather than later. Merchant just deceiving him in the flight and disturbing the stumps. And that's the end of Ross Powell. But you could tell a couple of overs before that something was going to give. And Merchant celebrates. He's happy with the wicket. Jamaica's got the first wicket in this game. It's 61 for 1.
And he's been nicked off. The Centurion from the first game, Casey Carty, not managing to put in a similar performance. A pretty good delivery from Odin Smith. Pitched just on about off stump, just a little wider. No real footwork. Casey Carty departs.
Interesting, because Casey Carty played so well in the first game, but this time he's just been dismissed. I think a little bit of a loose language shot caught by wicketkeeper Thomas. Odin Smith gets his first wicket. He's gone for 2, 67 for 2. That's
another edge.
Again, Odin Smith, confirming what I've been saying. He's quicker and bouncier than people give him credit for. That's a big wicket. Kareem Magor, he's gone. Look at the extra bounce he gets here, playing away from the body again. The wicketkeeper takes the catch again. Excellently done by the Jamaicans. Adeline Thomas, the wicketkeeper. Kareem Magor, he's gone for 4. It's 71 for 3. We'll have some drinks. Well, not only helpful conditions, that's out. So Thomas goes. That's a big wicket for the Jamaican Scorpions. Another sting in the tail. You might be right, because what he did here, he pulled the ball down a little bit. Good catch. Very, very good catch. So,
The best shot from Devon Thomas. 75 for 4.
he's gone. Same thing I was saying. Look at that. A little bit of outswing. Pitched the ball up a little bit. Hamilton nibbled at it again. Again, the wicketkeeper takes a relatively easy catch. Wicketkeeper Thomas. Look at this. Pitched up. No movement of the feet. And a nice, juicy edge. He should celebrate. Excellently bowled. Well, Jamar Hamilton is gone. He's gone for 2. It's 76 for 5.
And that's it. Stands up tall and just hammers that down the ground. Raheem Cornwall, 4 runs.
Now, technically, I think this is a return catch.
Harsh.
Because the ball is coming back at the bowler. Here you go. It's passed about 2 feet from his right hand. It nearly killed the umpire. Look at that.
That time he's hit it and hit it well. Didn't even think of running.
Overpitched from Nkrumah Bonner. And easy stuff, easy pickings for Raheem Cornwall. Been there now for a while. And just the line was all wrong. Probably a bit too full as well.
But keep pressing, keep building that pressure.
Yeah.
Glorious from Terrence Ward. And it just slows up towards the end, but it gets there. And that is the shots you want to see from your experienced all-rounder.
Elegantly played. Elegantly played. Straight back past the bowler, almost clipping the stumps. And not as straight as you can get those drives. It's a proper straight drive.
Well, that's tickle fine. It's going to be another boundary for Raheem Cornwall, his third. And the score is 109 for 5.
None, puppy.
He just drags that one down short, and that's put away by Terrence Ward nicely. Just had width there. All he had to do was beat the man behind square. Didn't try to overhit.
Welcome runs for the Leeward Island. I thought it was a pretty ordinary effort.
Just going at 3 and over. Stabbed around the corner. It's going to be another boundary, I think, for Ward. No, the fielder gets round and then misses his little back heel. Not good effort from Nicholson Gordon. Having got there, that'll be disappointing for Bonner. It's 117 for 5. Oh, pulled away hard off the front foot powerfully by Raheem Cornwall. That wasn't short at all. Dismissive.
By no means a bad delivery. Wasn't short, as you quite rightly mentioned, but he stood there and slapped it to a wideish mid-wicket.
Again, he pulls off the front foot. This time he gets it behind square enough to beat that man out on the leg side boundary.
More welcome runs for Raheem Cornwall and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. He still continues to play that cross butter shot. That wasn't very risky that time.
Bang! That's gone a long way. Out of the park. First maximum of the day. What a shot.
That's probably what he tried to do the delivery before and missed it. Made no mistake that time. Got a hold of it and clobbered it over the longest part of the boundary, the mid-wicket boundary for 6. And that's what Cornwall can do.
Catch!
Full toss. Where's that gone? A long way. That's even bigger than the first one. 2 sixes in the over for Cornwall, and he's got to 50. Big smiles in the Leeward Islands Hurricanes dugout. That was a humongous hit. It wasn't a good ball, it was a full bunger, but that came right out of the middle of the bat. That would have been 6. Pretty much every ground in the world.
As Ward pulls away to a wide long on for 4 more. And this partnership continues to build. Jevor Royal into his final over, going for 4 runs off the first delivery.
And that puts pressure back on the bowler. Well executed. That one is hit high and hard and far. Another 6 for Cornwall. When the big man loses those shoulder, the ball will have to travel. I'll answer your question after this one.
Yeah, Raheem Cornwall on the charge here. He signaled his intentions about 3-4 overs ago. And he's putting the foot to the pedal here, and it's 6 more runs. Run scoring becoming easier by the ball. Oh, it's going to be 6. Oh, 6. It's going to be 6 runs again. Raheem Cornwall, consecutive 6s. Smoked over the onside. Going after Jamie Merchant here, Courtney Walsh.
Well, how close was that to the fielder who I thought gave up very early? But it was over the ropes. At one point in time, Raheem paused as if he thought he didn't get hold of it the way he wanted to. But he's such a strong man. Even the miscues will go for 6.
Scoring at well above 100 here now, Raheem Cornwall. This one smashed again, way over mid-wicket. That one went even further, up onto the bank. And the locals here are loving what they're seeing from their countrymen. On the 41st Independence celebrations, Raheem Cornwall making the local crowd very proud here.
This time he got a hold of that one. He waited. They'll be trying something like that, but he got hold of it. They'll be looking to bowl those wide Yorkers. But once you get bat on it with 3rd man up, it's going to be 4. They need to now start thinking about variation. How can they get him out, have him hit into the field, getting him off strike at this point in time, because he's now in a change of gear mode.
That's a slow, oh, and he's been bowled. Slower delivery again, that off-cutter. Marquino Minley picks up the dangerous Raheem Cornwall. He goes for 81. Fabulous innings.
Just clipping the bails, just enough to clip the bails. Excellent bowler by Minley. He celebrates. Yes, he's got the one he wanted. Jamaica is happy, and it's now 196 for 6.
He's been done in the air. Oh, it's a fabulous catch. O'Dean Smith. Wow. Wow, we showed fantastic pace across the turf. Stuck out that left hand. Batsman done with the back of the arm slowly again. Wicket number 8 for the Jamaica Scorpions.
And O'Dean Smith back in the game again. Very good catch. Pace taken off by Mindley and running across, sticking that left hand out. Ball went in, stayed in, and Jamaica celebrates. What a catch. Very good catch done by O'Dean Smith. They're 197 for 7.
Aerial. He's hit that really well here to Walsh Jr. Just stand and deliver stuff from the Antiguan.
Picked up purposefully. I think he recognized that this was another slow ball coming to him, except this one was pitched up. There's not a man at whitish long off.
This time in the gap. Wow, as he latched onto that one perfectly here to Walsh Jr. Just continues to impress in whatever he does for the Leeward Islands.
Excellently played. This was just short, just about sitting up to be hit. Maybe trying something. Hayden Walsh Jr. didn't connect as well as you would have liked, but it was sufficiently well placed.
That is hit incredibly well by Hayden Walsh Jr. Vacant extra cover region. And all of a sudden, he's taken over the attack from Raheem Cornwall and Terrence Ward.
This one was hit properly. He hit that with a lot of power. Look at it, just short of the boundary, but with a lot of purpose. This guy has come out here to make sure that the last 8-9 overs go at least for 5-6 runs per over.
Slow ball again, misfield at point, and I think it'll be 4 more. Yes, it will. Hayden Walsh Jr. in front of his home crowd. He's putting on a show at the moment.
Well, Leeward Islands Hurricanes are now starting to blow. This is another slow delivery. I just have been fooling the man there at backward point.
Clears that left leg, Kofi James, and I think it may have hit the rope on the full. It does. This is incredible ball striking from the lower order of the Leeward Islands, time and time again showing up in high pressure situations.
Calypso time. It's celebration times. Antigua and Barbados independence. Flat.
This is hit again in the air, but this time doesn't go all the way. It goes into the fielder's hand. And Odin Smith, the man of the moment, takes the catch. It's a big wicket to get Hayden Walsh Jr., but you just feel the damage done.
As I was saying, I don't think that he's holding that bat correctly. It is spinning in his hand. This one spun again, did not hit the middle of the bat. He's upset with himself. He holds out to mid-wicket, but he's done a tremendous job for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. 31 he's made. It's 240 for 8.
Into the pitch, it's in the air, chance of a catch, and well taken down at long on. He was slow to move it to it. It looks like Jamie Merchant, but in the end completes the job. And Odin Smith has got a 4th for the day.
Again, this one going up more than going out. At one time it looked like the fieldsman there will not take it, Merchant, but he was nonchalant enough to just collect it. Archibald now goes back for 1. Merchant has gone. Smith has got 4. 245 for 9.
Slower delivery, but over-pitched. And Kofi James, who's played a brilliant innings here, says thank you very much. Great way to end the over. 1 remaining, 259 for 9. Gone high, but hasn't gone long enough. Jermaine Blackwood has lost it. I think he had to look into the sun. The umpire is just trying to figure out whether it landed in, but Blackwood completely lost it. The trajectory of that one. And it sums up the innings for the Leeward Islands. A bit of fortune, but of course, fortune always favoring the brave.
I actually think this was 6. The man of square leg did signal 6, and it was 6. Blackwood didn't see that at all.
79 runs coming in the last 10 overs, but it was all about that 120-run partnership between Raheem Cornwall and Terrence Ward. A good start though. 61 came from the first 10 overs. Devon Thomas, after he was dismissed on the very first delivery in that last game, showed some good awareness of the situation to get to 38. Was well supported by Ross Powell, who's come in for his first matchup. But they lost their way through the middle and then superbly recovered by the middle to low order. Cornwall 81, Hayden Walsh Jr. and Kofi James, both with cameos.
Terrence Ward, I think, was very impressive because he made 32 in that partnership of 120 with Cornwall. And that is the partnership that put this team in a position of having 270 for 9 at the end of 50.
Look at the bowling card. So, highlighted by one man, Odin Smith picking up 4. Back here, good news, players out in the middle, but there are some revised playing conditions. It's 47 overs per side, and that power play 3 will be 9 overs. 2 bowlers can bowl a maximum of 10, and 3 can bowl a maximum of 9. So the Barbados Pride will have to contend with these new changes. And it looks to be like the players out in the middle finally after what is just over an hour. So Casey Carty, Terrence Ward will now come out with a bit more haste and want to get a move on with just under 7 overs remaining. 199 for 3. And Carty has got to battle his way to a half century, but it hasn't been easy going, facing his 91 deliveries. And for the Barbados Pride, well, they begun the over with Roston Chase. So they'll have to decide if they want him to bowl his full 10 or he be one of the 3 that can bowl 9. Of course, Duckworth Lewis will come into play in terms of after this innings to decide how much the Pride will need to chase. But for now, all the Leeward Islands with 7 wickets in hand will be thinking about is getting as much as they can.
an almost 7-over slog. 6 overs and 5 balls. So they're going to have to try to get maybe another 30 or 40 runs in that. The outfield is going to be very heavy. There was a lot of rain in a quick couple of minutes. But it seems that the rain is also gone, so let's get moving and move it.
Ready for resumption. Now you expect the intent to change for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. It won't help as the 200 comes up that they have Raheem Cornwall already dismissed because his power would have been vital, but still, Jamar Hamilton, Kofi James, Hayden Walsh Jr. all can strike it a long way.
And every time the ball goes outside the circle, they're going to be running, at least trying to run 2. But the outfield should be helping the fieldsmen. It will stop the ball from getting to the boundary.
Went to aerial routes, but didn't connect. It almost becomes like a T20 game for Roston Chase, who has experience bowling in the CPL. Very important member, also for the West Indies when he was in the T20 international side. And interesting in terms of his field, he's got an extra man in the offside now, extra cover. Trying to just plug that area where Ward was just trying to score.
Nice, Ross, Ross.
All things considered, I think the wicketkeeper, the captain, has done a really good job, I hope. He's been moving a lot behind the wicket. Roston Chase has been bowling relatively quickly for an off-spinner.
A single to end the 41st over, which has taken about an hour. Finally, 202 for 3. Seven options used for the Barbados Pride. Plenty at the disposal of Shea Hope. And it looks like he's going to be going back to Jamal Warrican, who's bowled 7 overs, conceded 30 runs.
Interesting decision. I would have thought Kamari Boyce, who's gotten 2 wickets and bowled just as well, that have been brought in. Warrican, 7 overs, none for 30. Boyce, 9 overs, 2 for 35. If anything, Warrican has been a little bit more expensive.
Well, even though it's been a slow innings from Casey Carty, he's only struck at 58. Kamari Boyce there, still overs remaining to bowl. Only can bowl that 1 and make him one of the 2 that can bowl 10. Boyce, 9 overs, 2 for 35.
Bowling, Joe.
We'll have to re-bowl that one. Shea Hope was pretty surprised. But I think Casey Carty's shown us that he can go through the gears.
Nice.
He's trying to be very wide to him, Casey Carty, but calling that innings, he scored 100 against the Barbados Pride last year. reverse sweep coming out. Have to hurry, gets there in the end. That 123 he made from 123 balls against the Pride. His last 30 runs, sorry, last 23 runs came from just 10 balls. So we have seen him be able to up the ante, and this is the time to do it.
But they're going to have to hit the ball a little bit harder than that. That's just inside the circle, then ekes out for a single. Bowling is not going to be easy because once the ball goes on the grass, it is going to get wet. And even though you might dry it with a rag, as Warrican has just done.
He's picked that up, but he's picked out Curtin, who puts it down. And Nicholas Curtin is usually a very safe fielder out in the deep, but I just wonder how much that wet ball could be playing a part.
Now, this is interesting because his shot is on, but he didn't connect correctly. So it goes straight to Curtin and straight through Curtin's hands.
Stop it! Nice.
Eventful over, 207 for 3.
The Warrican thought he had his man up, but not out. And straight and dropped. Bad drop. So Casey Carty had a little bit of a life. So he now has to start the acceleration. He's been batting for a long time. He knows exactly what's been going on. 58 he's got from 98 deliveries, just 1-4, no sixes.
I think there was a bit of discussion there whether it would be Ross and Chase to bowl his final over now, because there's still 5 remaining in this innings, and he's been the main wicket taker for the Pride this season. So I think there was some consideration into keeping him for a bit later on in the innings, but they're trying to get this wicket and break this 31-run partnership.
At least what Chase is doing is making sure that not boundaries are scored. So one thing for Chase, he keeps things tight. He gets the ball on the ground, singles.
Yeah, with that inclement weather around, that breeze has significantly gotten a lot less. So easy, I think, for the Pride to navigate in the field. Went for the big swing, Terence Ward, and it came off the outside edge. You know, get a boundary. This point, doesn't matter how they come at this stage.
Well, that ball got down to the boundary very quickly to third man. It was a full-blooded try to hit over the top, just an outside edge, but it got down to the boundary very quickly. So the outfield must be probably drier than we expect.
Man in the leg side, but he can only watch. Finally, Terence Ward, he's been looking for that maximum for a while, but instead he'll get a boundary.
Rustin Chase is not accustomed to this kind of treatment. That was offline, leg stump, and spanked through backward square leg for 4. 4 down to third man from an edge, and a 4 to backward square leg. There are going to be a couple of changes, perhaps, of the field setting. The man at fine leg is now brought into the circle and a little bit finer.
He's trying to force Ward to hit into that leg side. 3 fielders on the boundary. Goes again this time, but there is that deep backward square.
So not a bad over so far for the Leeward Island Hurricanes. They've already scored 10 runs from this over. And there's still another 2 deliveries to be completed.
In the air, Curtin again, this time holds on. And Casey Carty's got to depart.
I don't think that Carty would be too upset with this because he had to try to get as many as possible. Didn't get hold of this as he would have liked. It went up again without going out. And this time, the young man takes the catch after dropping the first one. So Curtin takes the catch. Casey Carty is gone for 59. Chase gets the wicket, 217 for 4.
End of 43, 217 for 4. Jamar Hamilton, captain, walks to the middle. And this is why he's here. Roston Chase again in the wickets for the Barbados Pride. Very flat and fast T20 mode for Roston Chase. And Carty unable to clear that leg side boundary. Curtin dropped him in the last over. This time takes it. I must say, Colin, I'm a bit surprised that today when they lost that wicket of Devon Thomas in the 33rd over that Jamar Hamilton didn't come to the crease. I understand you want to get a move on. But I think this man, even though he's had a quiet start to the tournament, we've seen the destruction he's capable of, especially as captain. I really thought he would have come in those middle overs, but he sent Cornwall and then Terence Ward before him.
Well, maybe for purpose. He's now got, what, another 4 overs to complete. 4 overs, 24 deliveries. You might get a couple of wides. You might end up with about 28, 30 deliveries. You never know. So that could give you another 40 runs, 50 runs even, if they really start hitting the boundaries regularly.
He's just getting some reinforcements. Those shoes, he wants to get the cleats out because it is slippery. He's only faced the one ball though. I think though the Leewards will feel really hard done by, and it'll be interesting to see how much the DLS score gives them at the end of the innings, because they were really cruising 175 for 1, 174 for 1, correction. But at that rate, just about 5.5, they would have really backed themselves with 9 wickets in hand to get to 300. But that stop-start really just lost momentum in that innings.
But I'm sure at one stage they had something like 85 dot balls, and you look back and you think, well, those balls could have been scored from. So just goes to show you must make as many runs as early as you could, just in case things change later.
He's almost taken out Jamar Hamilton in the process. They're going to come back for 2 as well. Terence Ward has gone to another gear since we've had the resumption.
Yes, he's taking the initiative here as Ward. That was hit really hard and well missed, I would say, from Hamilton.
Actually brushed the leg on the way through, and I think that took some of the pace off because mid-off is up in the circle, so could have had 4 had it not struck his pad. Interesting that Springer is going around the wicket, Colin Croft, looking to attack the stumps.
If you could do it well, bowling from around the wicket is not a bad ploy. You aim the ball down into about middle and leg. The man of fine leg is inside the circle, so you've got to be very precise with your placement of the ball at the batsman's feet. But bowling around the wicket is not a bad ploy. If you bowl on the offside of a full length, then you could be carted over mid-wicket. So you've got to be very straight, very straight.
You can see the thinking, though, from Jamal Hamilton, because fine leg and square leg are up in the circle. There's a huge gap on that leg side boundary. So he's trying to just put himself in position to get it over the infield.
A really packed offside field, short third man, cover point, backward point in the boundary, extra cover in the boundary, long off in the boundary.
Misses out there. Ward wanted two. He's going to have to hurry back. And gets home in the end. Terence Ward was determined to get to the other end.
Yeah, Ward is one of those who's very quick between the wickets, but I think you should recognize that Jamal Hamilton is a little bit his senior, can't turn as quickly. He is quick, Hamilton, but not as quick as Ward.
This time another full toss, but it's gone high and not long. And would you believe it, it falls in safely into no man's land.
Full toss, probably just over leg stump. It's hit square and high. The man at mid-wicket is a little bit straighter, so the short backward square leg had to run backward. Space there. Maybe if he hit it a little bit harder, he would have gotten 4. But they all count. They're trying to get to 250.
This time he gets the wicket, though, Shamar Springer. It's his first of the CG United Super 50 Cup, and the celebration's out. Terence Ward has got to go.
And maybe a little bit of an inside edge on this, I think, because he's outside the off stump. The ball is bowled across the right-hander. Yes, and he drags it back on a big inside edge onto the middle and off stump. Good hand by Terence Ward. He made 34. 223 for 5.
Around to you, Jama.
Jamal Warrican. Wow, Jamal Hamilton has smacked that. That is 4 from the time it left the bat.
I'm still worried and wondering why did Jamal Warrican is being used. That was just sitting up to be hit. It was slow enough to be hit forward of the square. I think Sherry Hope is missing a beat here. He's got a man now at the extra cover boundary. From the cover point boundary, he's gone a bit straighter. And he's got cover point, backward point, and short third.
This time he misses out, Jamal Hamilton.
And short third man inside the circle.
Remember the plan, Joe.
And then on the leg side, just a short fine leg.
Has he got enough? Has he got enough? Taken. And the wickets continue to fall for the Leeward Islands.
Well, the intent was correct. And Warrican gets his man. That, again, it goes high, really, really high, but it doesn't go out. Initially, I thought this would have been 6, but then taken very nicely down to that long off area. McCaskey takes the catch. Hamilton for 5, 227 for 6.
Colin Archibald walks out to the middle, and can understand why the Leeward Islands are really throwing the kitchen sink at it, because whatever runs they can manage to get at the end of the 47th over, then Duckworth Lewis will step in and determine how much the Pride will have to chase. So they want to get as close to 250 as possible to then maybe add a bonus 20 or 30 runs for the Pride to chase. But if they can get to 250, that in itself would be a challenging total to chase down on what has been difficult batting conditions.
Yes, I think Stuart Williams, the manager and coach, and Gemma Warrington will be thinking 250.
Don't Ross. Nice boy.
If you could get to 250 here, still could get it at 228. 27 for, correction, 228 for 6. Yeah, they could still get that. Still got a couple of overs to go.
Middle.
Couple of boundaries. Running between the wickets. These two are very quick, Walsh and Archibald, fresh.
Cross the line, but should come back for another 2. Yeah, Hayden Walsh Jr., another man that the Pride will fear, especially with the bat in hand. Last year in that same game where Casey Carty scored 100, he was a big part of them chasing on that occasion. This will be a boundary. And Hayden Walsh Jr. is one of the most innovative players in this latter phase of the innings. A great way to end the over. 11 from it. 234 for 6.
This is the way to affect the reverse sweep. With a lot of power, middle of the bat, it bisects the man at fine leg and short backward leg, and that's 4. So that brings them closer to that 250.
Just 2 overs remaining, and the Leeward Islands, with these 2 in the middle, looking for as many as they can get. Shamar Springer, who just picked up that wicket, and even though the runs are scoring and coming at a quick rate as well for the Leeward Islands, the Pride have taken 3 wickets in 3 overs since we've had the resumption.
Warrican 1 for 46 from his 9. He just got the last wicket. But these 2 here, they've got 2 overs of legal deliveries to get 16 for that benchmark 250.
I'm surprised that he hasn't gone to Roshan Primus, who picked up that wicket of Devon Thomas earlier, but also is capable of bowling those cutters, changes of pace. Have to rebowl that one, Shamar Springer. It was a late call from the umpire.
Very late. I thought he had gotten away with it because he had hit it into the ground and it went over the shoulder of the batsman. So I thought he might have just gotten away with that one, but he called it a wide. That might be wider more than higher.
They want 2, but hesitation and wisely sent back. 28 from 9 against the Barbados Pride last year, so that will be at the back of his mind. Boy, was that some innings to watch. against quality bowling as well. Jason Holder played that game, captained the Barbados Pride. Another change of pace. He came a long way across, but actually may have helped him. I think it was outside the line.
Intelligent bowling, though, because he slowed it down appreciably. So the batsman was through the stroke before the ball actually got to him. Outside off stump, just. Got away with it, outside off.
Well, he's going to be run out. Colin Archibald, I think he lost where the ball went, and Shea Hope just easily lofted it back and has got a 7th wicket now for the Barbados Pride. So things falling apart for the Hurricanes at the moment.
Yeah, he missed the ball, and I think he was looking for his partner to be running, and then he was left in no man's land. So nicely run out there by Shea Hope. He made 237 for 7.
Kofi James comes out to the middle. Interesting that he's come out at number 9 because he's played a few cameos in this tournament for the Leeward Islands, and he's batted at 6 and 7, so opting to keep him down to 9 today. Well, this right here is why Shamar Springer has been included into the Barbados Pride team. Slower balls, changes of pace, and even though Akeem Jordan has bowled well, I think they think he gives them a bit extra at the death, and then with the bat in hand as well, some more depth.
It's been an interesting over. Slow deliveries, a quicker one outside off stump, a bouncer.
Can't fault the intent because, again, fine leg up in the circle, but it's not executing. And Springer is sticking to his guns, going for that wide Yorker.
But if he just essays a big hit on the offside and gets an outside edge, it might still spill over the man at short third man and get 4. When he misses it, altogether the intent is lost.
Swing and a miss, and a really good over in the circumstances from Shamar Springer. Just 3 runs, conceded, and a wicket. 237 for 7, 1 remaining. Jamel Warrican to bowl the final over. 2 is the call. Should get it quite easily. Must say I'm surprised not only to see Kofi James at 9, but Kareem Gore, who's batted at 4 for them in the tournament, has not come out to bat as yet. He's got a T20 international strike rate of 167, so he can hit it a long way. Hasn't quite got it. Hasn't quite got it, Hayden Walsh Jr. And taken again. That man, Zachary McCaskey. Good pair of hands. And they lose their 8th now, the Hurricanes.
Second catch for McCaskey down in that long on position. Had to, this time, get into the ball, because this again, up but not out. and been up there for a long, long time. This one was a relatively easier one for McCaskey. So Hayden Walsh Jr. has gone for 8, 239 for 8. So Leeward Islands Hurricanes might just be losing their way here a little bit. Trying to hit the boundaries, but losing wickets at such regular intervals that they might just find themselves dismissed before this over is complete.
I just wonder if Shea Hope has used Warwick now for these last 3 overs because he thinks it's harder to hit less pace on the ball. Gore wants 2 and he's very quick and he's coming back.
Yes, I see what you mean, because he is quick and he knows how to get the ball between spaces. But maybe the think tank in the Leeward Islands Hurricanes decided, well, let the big boys come out and try to hit to the boundaries. Not so. Got 2.
In the air again. This time falls short, but he's done extremely well, Zachary McCaskey, to prevent that from going into the boundary. And would you believe it? They're running off. It's pelting down here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Look at those raindrops. So we've had it all in this innings, and just 2 balls away from ending this innings. The covers are on. Wow, it is coming down. Colin Croft, the cricket gods are not allowing us to have much action consistently.
Correct, but there are people who are farmers who will be telling you that they like this kind of weather. So it's useful for somebody, but not for cricket.
Well, really an innings of 2 halves because they were cruising. The Leeward Islands running really hard between the wickets at 174 for 1. And then the rains came. Devon Thomas lost his wicket. Then the rains came again. Rakeem Cornwall was next to be dismissed. And then a decent partnership, 41 runs between Casey Carty and Terrence Ward developed. The rains came again. We had that break. And then it was helter-skelter to get up to 243 with 2 deliveries remaining in the innings. And then the rains came. So it'll be interesting now to see how the umpires rule it. But the Hurricanes will be disappointed that they weren't able to have that full 50 overs.
And maybe get to 250. The bowling was quite good, actually. Simmons bowled well. Warrican finished up with 2 for 52, but he was there when the pump was on. Ruston Chase 1 for 45, 2 for 35 from Kamari Boyce, bowled well. And then down to the bottom, Springer and Primus, 11 overs between them, 1 wicket each.
So we'll have to find out the target for you with the Duckworth Lewis coming into play, but we imagine that may be the end of the innings for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. 243 for 8, and they will get some more as well because of that good position they got themselves into. Hopefully don't go too far and not too long either, because we want to have a resumption. It's an important game in this CG United Super 50 Cup.
just had a short, very sharp shower, but actually it has relented pretty much. That may well be the end of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes innings. It was reduced to 47 overs a side. We almost got there, didn't we? Just 2 balls to go. And then they had to run off for the rain. The Leeward Islands started brilliantly. They were at one point 174 for 1. Then they lost Evan Thomas for a fantastic 94. And after that, they couldn't quite capitalise. In fact, they were a bit stop-start. They came back out after 40.1 overs, and in the last 6.3 overs, 44 for 5. Not ideal for them. Casey Carty made 59 off 100. Terence Ward 34 off 37, and then a rash of single-figure scores as they hit out towards the end. We've got a bit of time to wait. It has stopped raining, as I said, so with any luck, we'll be back out there probably for the start of the Barbados run chase. In the meantime, we're going to find out a bit more about a man who scored a half-century today, Casey Carty.
I'm Casey Carty, the first person from St. Martin to represent West Indies. I went to Antigua to play on the 15 tournament. I was playing for St. Martin at that time. And we got knocked out after the preliminary rounds, but I left with the most runs at that point in time. So I was like, okay, if this is the pool of players, I could at least play for Leeward Islands. And I could back myself to push. If I'm playing consistently for Leeward Islands with this group of players, I'm probably one of the better players that I could probably make West Indies and, you know, set up myself. So it was that tournament that really opened up my eyes to be like, okay, you could get paid well for doing something that you love rather than sitting on a 9 to 5. And sometimes teachers used to ask me what I want to be. I tell them I'm a professional cricketer, and it was like, yeah, that's nice to have that dream, but you know, something more like accounting, lawyer. Like, if I believe so, I know my part B. I mean, so when they ask me, I just used to be like, well, I don't know. I even had one teacher tell me, like, cricket ain't a real sport. And this was a history teacher. Like, what, you want me to stand in front of the class and teach history? So, like, coming from St. Martin, like, in sports, the mindset behind of it, like, people don't really think you could make it easy, you know what I mean? So I'm glad that I reach here so people can actually see that, okay, you can reach. It's just for you to take care of your performances. And it don't have to be in cricket. It could be anywhere as long as you stay dedicated to the cause, you know what I mean? If you feel that's your part, you work towards it. You do the necessary stuff that you feel you need to do. And if you fall short, you're gonna feel good with yourself because, you know, you gave it your all. As a child, I always heard that when my father used to carry me on the field and I wanted to, like, get to him, like, I would just stand up on the boundary until I see a broad brim and, like, run straight on the game, run straight on the field, and they would be like, Carty, you gotta control your son. And he'd be like, don't tell me nothing because you don't got none. So that's the first memories I have of being on the field, starting to play. From what I could remember, I was a bit older, other than, like, just little knock-ups in front of the side screen with my dad. His name is Keith Carty. Just so you know, I wanted to play football. And he watched me and told me, I can't teach you football, so you're gonna play what I could teach you, and that's cricket. So I was basically forced into it. It turned out for the best. I'm grateful for that. I always tell him so. It was always my childhood dream to reach here, you know? So he had a big part to play in that, in a support role, my mom as well. There is no cricket, no school cricket in St. Martin whatsoever. They tried to start to get a program later on. I think I was finished with primary school at that time. They tried to get a little win ball because the pool of players, you know, it was getting small and they wanted to try and get some. You guys said it's like, okay, try let me identify some talent in the schools, and, you know, if they're good enough, you could tell them, okay, put them into coaching in hardball. But for me growing up, it was just really like my father being on the hardball field and playing with St. Martin at that time. But to say from school system, I never played a school game in my life, ever. That's just the system down there. They're more into, like, baseball, basketball, no so football. Very Americanized. I never used to really watch no cricket. So Brian Lara came to St. Martin. Trinidad versus Leewards. That's the game he got his hand broke. I was in high school at the time. So could have been like 14, 15. We had quite a few players around that age group. So we would always play like one bounce in the net, one tape, two tape, 4 game. So I would come from high school. I can remember coming from high school, stopping the bus at Dollar Store, walking down at the field so I could see the game because it's on a slope. And I see all my friends in nets playing the game. So I was walking alongside the boundary and they say Brian Lara bat, and I hear it on the radio. So I stop, I watch him play 2 balls. Get a cut and a lead. And I ain't watching another ball. And it's like, it's only when I got older, I realized like the standard of cricket, the level that was playing right here in St. Martin, that I grow older and aspire to play. Like, I was just so blindsided to it. You know, I was just being a kid, just wanting to have fun. It's like a lot of people on the field, you know, you're not really taking it on the cricket too much. You want to get amongst your friends, but that's the one memory I have of watching a proper game in St. Martin. My father had picked me up from pre-USM. I was doing a program after high school because my mom was like, "You're too young. I don't want you working and you staying home in this house, so you can go to school." So one day my father picked me up. He was like, "I got some news for you." "You got news for me?" Like, "Well, you just ain't tell me what you got to tell me." "Yeah, I got a call today say you are part of the West Indies and I said, "What?" I say, so, you know, it was really joyful. Then to get in the mix, we had a few camps leading up. It was very good. I felt like I got better in that 2 weeks based on the training that we did, the specifics that we worked on in comparison to the training that I was used to back in St. Martin. Reaching to Bangladesh, I don't think I played the first 2 warm-up games. I played one against Bangladesh and one against South Africa. I think I scored 40 twice or something like that. In the tournament, I didn't do as good as I wanted to. That happened. I can remember leading up to the final game. I didn't know if I was gonna play. So Graham West and Corey called me to tell me they want to speak to me in the hallway. So they asked me how I feel, and I said, "Very good." I said, "Well, all right, you're playing tomorrow, get your head around it." So, you know, I was relaxed. I was like, "Okay, you're playing, forget what happened. You know, West Indies in a position to win their first ever World Cup. You need to put your best foot forward and try and contribute as much as you can. And, you know, help the guys that are already doing well." So I went to sleep with a clear mind. I remember I was padded up to bat. I think I was at 4 at the time. For some reason, I was a little shift from the team, as in sitting. Majority of the players was here and I was so focused sitting down. And I can remember Kimo Paul calling me. He was like, "You good? All right, you're gonna win this game today." Just like that. And I tell myself, if I go into bat, I'm not leaving it for no one. I walked into bat, watched the big scoreboard. I said, required rate, it was 3. So I was like, okay, good. Can manage this easy. I can make sure I hear till the end. Kimo came in, a lot of confidence. He's a very confident guy. Love to play cricket with him. He was like, books me hard. Me and you, he's staying here to the end. You know, he a little more aggressive. So he hit a few 6s, he hit a few 4s, and we started home, ran off. And it's really when we settled down for the presentation, I was sitting on the ground. I didn't even pad off yet. And I was like, "Wow, Casey, you was a part of something big, you know what I mean? And you did well." I honestly thought Kimo was gonna get man of the match. I think he 3 wickets and he coming up the tempo. And Graham West come tap me on my shoulder. He was man of the match. I was like, all right, cool. I wasn't even bothered with it. I was like, "Yo, you are part of a winning World Cup squad, the first ever." And then West Indies won the women's and still the men's. It's just an amazing year. So when I see the number coming, the call coming, we had the number. What this number be? Hello? So I had an accent, Beige and Desi here. So he said, "I just called to tell you you got selected to go to Netherlands and Pakistan." I wanted to hang up one time and scream. They were you know? So I was like, "All right, thank you, but hang up." Yes, you know what I mean? Call my father, call my sister. We was on call for an hour and a half. And we just talk about everything leading up. You know what I mean? Video call, he got emotional. I don't really cry so easily, crazy. I said, "Yo, Chief, you remember I had a time you said, all right, Casey, I don't know if you're gonna play for West Indies, but you know what I mean? I feel real good with you as a player. I feel like I did well. You could bat, blah, blah, blah." I don't think I was doing too well. What are you telling me here? I can play for West Indies, you know what I mean? Don't base this 1 year Because you got people playing up to 33. Even if I 32 and you make it, you know what I mean, I make it. But I don't feel like I was that player to, you know what I mean, be in the first class setup so long and not make it. Even though my numbers could have been better, I'm still grateful. They saw something in me and I got the call up. I have a decent start. It's not the best, but it's not the worst. It's a good platform. I'm just trying to build on that and just be something in world cricket, you know? I don't want to be like an average player. I want when West Indies come out to play against different teams, like I'm a topic of discussion. Like we gotta get this guy out, whether it's white ball, red ball, it doesn't matter, you know what I mean? I just want to be a proper player. I want to do a lot of things back home. If I get to be that player, that just pave the way. You know what I mean? Whether it's for the less fortunate, whether it's charity for school or anything, like I just want to be able to give back from cricket. How I got my first tattoo, I told my dad, if I make West Indies under 19, if I'm the first to ever make it, can I get a meaningful tattoo? He said yes. I don't think he told my mom. So when I came back to St. Martin, I was driving by then, I was 18. So took the car, went, got the first tattoo, called. Yeah, Daddy, I just got my tattoo. I said, but you don't tell me nothing. I said, well, you don't tell me I could get it? Nah, call my mother. Mama, I just got my first tattoo. She said, all right, you on the front side, make sure by the time you cross the border, it's off. It just had, sometimes you gotta fall before you fly, and it had the birds. So I was like, I need to put something with it. But I would always wait until I do something good in cricket, and that's how I would reward myself with a tattoo if I want more. After I put this, we won the World Cup, so I have the clock and in Roman numerals the exact date. This from a rapper that passed away, Nipsey Hussle. He have a song named Perfect Timing. In the song he say, basically like everybody got their own race to run, just make sure you cross the finish line. I used to listen to it over and over. So when he died, like I just got a tattoo that represents that. And I got Heaven Gate, steps, and the year I was born. So that basically represents like, I felt like, you know what I mean, God sent me down 1997 to be the first West Indian cricketer out of St. Martin, and you know, hopefully enough financial strength that I could make a difference and be able to give back in St. Martin, whether it's push money into the cricket, whether it's create shelters for children that are less fortunate, or you know, even feed people that don't have as much as others. Like, I just want to be able to give back. I would feel real good with myself that.
A very talented young man who we expect to see more of in West Indian colours over the next few years. Wasn't quite at his best today, but he's still got a half century, 57. Played a big role in the Leewards, getting up to their score of 243 for 8. We expect that to be the end of their innings, and we'll have a slightly reduced run chase from the Barbados Pride, but as you can see, covers are still on, so that is still a way away. We're going to take you back to the Barbados Pride's first game on television rather of the tournament. They'd already beaten the West Indies Academy at this point against the Jamaica Scorpions, who'd lost their first game against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Jamaica won the toss and decided to bat.
Good decision, I think, by the Scorpions to win the toss and bat first on a definitely dry surface. It's the third time this surface is being used in 3 matches. Just about ready. First delivery. Jordan at the top of his mark. Straight away, getting some sideways movement, Akeem Jordan. He's a good new ball bowler. Nicked and gone. An early strike for Ramon Simmons. Brandon King is not moving. They're just questioning whether the ball carried. But again, the angle working so well for this young man who continues to display his ability. The umpires will have a chat.
More often than not, when the third umpire take this long, they tend to go with a soft signal, which is not out.
Well, there it is. Not out on the big screen. So after a long time, a verdict from the third umpire. Over the top, very positive from Brandon King. He continues to drive well on the up and ends the over really well. 7 for none. Again, lateral movement, but Jermaine Blackwood equal to the task, and he's got it in the gap as well. Good precision on display by Blackwood, and this is another good start for the Jamaica Scorpions.
Pitched up delivery, angled in to the right-handed batsman Jermaine Blackwood, and he struck it and struck it well over that mid-wicket region.
My goodness, that is out of the top draw from Brandon King. Just to look effortless, and once he got it past that straight mid-wicket fielder, it was always going to be a boundary.
Over pitch that time from Simmons and Brandon King. Such a good player. Look at that.
Get it now. Oh, yeah, yeah.
It's a beautiful shot. Too short, too wide to a batter of Brandon King's class. And that's been put away to the point boundary. 4 easy runs.
Yes, I think after a good start, just way too short here for Curtin.
And a bit of deja vu here for Brandon King. A bit of bounce there, like Crofty said, just on about that off stump. Took off, taking that edge. Bit of a loose waft outside that off stump. Brandon King perishes.
And he celebrates because he's bowled very well. I think he deserves that. And Barbados gets the first wicket. A big one. Brandon King is gone. He's gone to 25. It's 33 for 1.
That's been worked away, well timed. Beautiful timing there from Nkrumah Bonner. He's known for his timing. Just allowed that one to come onto that hip.
I think the fine leg here is a little bit too fine. That would have been perhaps better if he'd been at the backward square leg inside the circle, but that was nicely timed by Nkrumah Bonner.
Beautiful, languid, classy from Nkrumah Bonner. Just stroked into that extra cover boundary. 4 runs. He started really well here. 1 off the hip and now through the offside. Nkrumah Bonner's into his innings. End of the 9th. It's 41 for 1. And that's going to be 4 handsome runs. Nkrumah Bonner on the go. He's now on to 14 of 9 deliveries, 3 boundaries. So a very fluent start from Nkrumah Bonner.
Nice start, middle of the bat. There's no movement.
Wow. Drifted into the middle of the bat of Jermaine Blackwood. Took the hand off as well. One-handed, a bit reminiscent of the Sir Vivian Richards back in the day.
Or aerial, but it's gone fine, and it might even go to the boundary as well. Leacock's after it, good effort, but he doesn't quite get there. So the run rate continues to be solid. That's Blackwood's second 4 to go with his 6.
A little bit extra bounce, went upish, but went to the gap. Warwican a little bit dejected, a bit disappointed.
That's put away by Nkrumah Bonner. Short and wide from Roston Chase. A rare bad delivery, but that was really well placed behind square. It's 86 for 1. Big appeal as he got outside the line. I think that's what the umpire thinks. There was just a bit of turn, wasn't there? It just gripped. Did that mean it struck Bonner outside the line?
We get a chance to have a look at it now. Probably a bit high as well, but he was down in the sweep position. Look as if it might have just been going over the top. But that one is short and put away. And Kumabano is in good form. Waste no time. That was dispatched to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, he latched onto this very quickly, and Nkrumah Bonner immediately went back. And there's no man out on the boundary behind square on the leg side.
Catch it, no.
Down the track, that's gone high, chance. Primus is underneath it, takes it comfortably. So a rush of blood from Jermaine Blackwood. Second time in this competition he's got a start, and the second time he's given it away.
Good bowling from Warwican. Just losing his patience a little bit, Jermaine Blackwood. Didn't get a chance to free his arm the way he wanted to. And an easy catch in the end by Primus. Jamaica now 94 for 2.
Catch it, no.
Just good awareness from Andrew McCarthy. 2 from 11, was getting a bit bogged down, but just opened up and was able to find the extra cover region. Stylishly played, and will be a boundary. The length was right from Primus, trying to go to that short delivery, but it was all about the line. Too much width for Andrew McCarthy.
I actually think that this length is wrong. With his pace, he should be pitching the ball up a little bit more. That ball could have been hit anywhere, over mid-wicket, through backward point.
This time picks him up, and this time it goes all the way for 6. Andrew McCarthy didn't get going in the last game, but he's got to start here today.
But this is a good shot because I think he timed it perfectly. This one was pitched up, but it wasn't a bad delivery. Probably lined just outside off stump, so it's normally a free hit for a good batsman. The mid-wicket is a little bit straight, and therefore there is nothing out there to stop him hitting this.
McCarthy powerfully pulling, and in the gap as well. This is a really good innings from Andrew McCarthy, underrated. Now moves to 22.
And just 24 balls for that 22. So I think he's now playing the role of being the aggressor, short, coming up to the batsman, a good bounce.
Oh, miscommunication, direct hit. Could have been very interesting. And Nkrumah Bonner, I think he acknowledges that it was his mistake. He took off straight away.
McCarthy called, he shouted no. Bonner started moving without calling.
Catch it, yeah.
Chance, easy catch. Just when you talk up Andre McCarthy, he chips one straight to mid-wicket. Barbados needed that.
They certainly did. I would have to say that was a soft dismissal. Just stroke it quite gently to the fielder at the short mid-wicket. Jonathan Carter it was. Andrew McCarthy is gone for 26. The Jamaica Scorpions 138 for 3.
Pulled hard by Nkrumah Bonner. One bounce, 4. Very quick to latch onto that.
Short delivery. Not much pace in the surface. And when you're in that kind of form, it's easy to put away those type of deliveries, which Nkrumah Bonner did. quite convincingly.
Oh, hang on, that's close. Very close, it's out. And Kruma Bonner, what have you done? Going so well for the second game in a row. He is out LBW to an off spinner, trying to play the reverse sweep.
I just mentioned it a few moments ago, Matt. He needs to bat deep. He's a set batsman. Why did he attempt to play the reverse sweep when he's scoring so easily, playing conventional cricket shots? A lack of concentration, and Kumabona is gone for 59. The Jamaica Scorpions 147 for 4.
Rodman Powell finds the gap. Wide long on. Advancing to Ruston Chase. Rodman Powell has made up his mind. He's on the go here.
Well, I'm not sure if it was premeditated, but he advanced down the track pretty early, got a hold of it, found the gap, and there she goes over the ropes.
This is a oh, and he's picked up that wicket, Courtney Walsh. That wicket that you were talking about, they couldn't manage to see off Ruston Chase. Picking up his third wicket here. Pitch just on off stump, beat that offside, beat that outside edge. Straight into the pads. Look pretty out from this, from my angle.
Don't think you'll get many complaints of that from Aldane Thomas. That one was going on to hit maybe middle and off. Good bowling from Ruston Chase. Jamaica lost another wicket. They're now 171 for 5.
Full, but probably just pitching outside that leg stump. With Simmons bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Rodman Powell. Leg by signaled. 1 run added to the score. It's 173 for 5.
Just saw, did he get in the bat on this one? Difficult to tell. Thought he might have, but umpire signal leg by.
And that was a slow bouncer, almost too slow. Rodman Powell just waited on that one, waited and picked the gap. 4 runs. End of the 41st. It's 179 for 5. Advancing, Rodman Powell, high and handsome, 6 runs. Straight back over the bowler's head. Rodman Powell definitely looks like he wants to be the man to move this game forward for his team. Pressure on Warrican.
Well, I just said how destructive these could be, and Rodman has started the ball rolling. They would want to see more of that from him. Umpire was in a bit of danger. Clean hitting from Rodman Powell. And he goes again. This time has he cleared the field? Yes, he has. Another 6. It's back-to-back 6 from Rodman Powell.
Beautiful shot, played through the line. Warrican probably just guilty of bowling that delivery a little too quickly. Rodman Powell, he was in the slot, and he smoked that over a long off.
What will he do next? Tickled straight a little bit down the leg side, and just cost him. 4 runs to Smith, and this can prove another little expensive over. Once you get a boundary out the over and you keep getting ones or twos, the momentum is going to go your way. And Smith just going for a little bit of guile here.
He's got hold of that one. Regal from Rodman Powell, and he goes to 50 in style. A true captain's innings from a man who has a lot at stake in this CG United Super 50 Cup.
Well, earlier in the interviews, he said, I have the responsibility as captain to seeing my team through. This is a game they must win. This is a brilliant innings for this half century.
That is gone. Supreme ball striking from Rovman Powell. And again, short has gone the distance on this surface. Just sat up, asked to be hit.
This is the wrong length. This is what I was saying. You got to pitch the ball into the block hole. Way too short for his pace. If he's bowling quicker than that, it might have rushed on to the bat.
Too short. That is the power of this man. Easily 6. And the Jamaica Scorpions have fought their way back tremendously well in these last 8 overs.
A second 6 for the same reason. Not sufficiently quick is Jordan to be bowling at that position. Way too short.
He's got it well and beats Warwican, who was down at long on. And Rovman Powell again. Not a bad delivery from Ramon Simmons, but Powell just displaying his might.
Timing, placement, precision. Hit this really well. The ball was the good length. Pitched up. Warwican a little bit slow, I think, on that long on position, now being exchanged for somebody who might be a little bit quicker.
Shamar Springer, it is a substitute fielder on.
This is when you want the guys on the boundaries to be motoring along.
Oh, full toss. And I think this time he'll get a boundary, he will. And the run just continuing to follow Rovman Powell. This is worrying times for the Barbados Pride.
A tremendous assault now on the Barbados bowling. Okay, didn't hit that the way he wanted, but he got 4 anyway.
Impeccable power, to say the least, from Rovman Powell. This is some innings at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Just pummeled over mid-wicket. When it passed the boundary, it was still going up. That was a big, big hit. I think that's the biggest hit we've had this afternoon. Again, trying to take the pace off. He got under that a long, long way. That's gone. That's the biggest 6 we've had today. Look at that.
This time in the air, chipped it, and Curtin is under it and almost puts it down, but in the end holds on. But you think maybe just a little too late because the damage has been done. But Rovman Powell, take a bow. It's been some innings.
But this time he didn't hit it the way he would have wanted. I think he was just trying to flick that. Might have gone a little bit straighter than he expected. A little bit of a bobble here. Oh, would have been very disappointed had he dropped that. But eventually he takes the catch. Does a Curtin. Simmons gets the wicket. He's gone for 80. 261 for 6.
Has he got it this time? Long off in play. He can only watch. A mere spectator, as many fielders are when this man, Odean Smith, is in the middle and firing.
When you said long on was in play, initially he thought he might get a catch. This was hit with a lot of power. The shoulders going towards the leg side.
Lifts it, and he ends with a 6. This is glorious, but brilliant at the same time from Odean Smith. What a statement piece. And what a way to end the innings for the Jamaica Scorpions. 277 on the board.
Again, trying that slow off break, outside off stump, short of a length, spanked over extra cover, 6 more. This is a big boy. Once he hits it, it remains hit.
But it was all about the power of Rovman Powell and Odean Smith. But let's go to the start. Brandon King, Jermaine Blackwood again, getting a good start. Putting on 33 between them. Then a big partnership between Nkrumah Bonner and Jermaine Blackwood ensured that they improved in that middle period. Andrew McCarthy with another start, rotated the strike well. But in the 32nd over when Rovman Powell came to the crease, 80 from 54, well supported by Odean Smith. 44 from 35. It's 104 runs in the last 10 overs. And it tells you about the power that this Scorpions team possess.
The bowling started relatively well for the Barbados Pride, but Jordan ended up with a 1 for 57 from his 10, 1 for 64 for Simmons after starting relatively well. Curtin only had the 1 over, interestingly. Warrican 1 for 40. The man who bowled well, very well, 3 for 33 from Ruston Chase.
Punching really nicely with an offer, and we've seen today it travels the distance.
Just too much width at the time from Nicholson Gordon.
Down the leg side. And wide called as well, so it will be bonus runs for the Pride. Not the best of starts for the Jamaica Scorpions.
Badly lined delivery from Royal. Bowling from around the wicket to the right-hander. Sliding down to the leg side. Keeper had no chance.
As if to ensure that I'm thinking about it.
Oh, has it been taken? It has. Inches above the ground. Javor Royal with the bounce celebration. And McCaskey goes. It was a very good catch, actually. Dropping out of the lights. McCaskey taking the slug sweep on. Didn't get all of it. And Krumabon low to the ground. Javor Royal. And the Scorpions are on the board.
He's celebrating nicely. I think he's gotten a wicket out of the blue. A gift in a way. McCaskey goes for 14. It is 28 for 1.
And he's bowled him through the gate. Craig Brathwaite. Almost looked like he was done for pace there. Royal with the Yankee bounce. He's brought it to the Super 50 as well.
Well, he says it because I think, Royal, that was an arm ball. It came in, you saw the deviation. It hit about middle and off and hit the leg stump. So it came into the right-hander. Of course, he's celebrating. That's a big, big wicket. That's West Indies opening batsman. He's gone for 11. It's 33 for 2.
Catch!
Swung away. Swung away by Shea Hope. Maybe didn't time that as nicely as he would have liked, but 4 runs.
Yes, the man at the long on is very bit straight, and the man at square leg is directly square. He's not even mid-wicket.
Catch!
It's almost too easy for Shea Hope. Massive gap from mid-wicket all the way around to long on, and he finds it. Going with the spin, just to pick up 1 bounce over the stumps, over the boundary, 4 runs.
If you leave the gap for him, he'll go and try and pick it.
Get down!
Oh, that's a good shot. Beats the diving Royal. That point, is it going to get to the boundary? Yes, it is. Nicely played from Shea Hope. He just rocked back there. Found the gap just.
Nice timing as well, waited for it. Didn't try to hit it too hard, just timing and placement. And once he got it past the fielder with the timing he had with it, it was always going to be 4 runs.
That's a loose delivery, picked up by Ruston Chase. He was waiting for that. He needed that, didn't he? Second boundary for him.
Very poor delivery from Merchant. Hasn't started so well in this innings. 2 bunches in the last over, and very, very loose delivery there on Ruston Chase, just helping it along the way.
In the air, but straight from Ruston Chase. Nicely played. No fielders there. Royal still having a chat. But he's got to turn around and bowl the next one. That's gone for 4.
I think Royston had a chat with him as well. Bit of banter going on. Cleanly hit. Fielder was up. No chance, no risk taken there.
Shot. Straight back over, wide, long on. That really is a glorious on drive.
That's a trademark Chase shot. Waited on it, didn't try to overhit it, just waited timing, kept his shape. And away she goes. Very well played, well timed. The timing on that was very, very good. Very, very good.
Hoisted away again. 2 full from Bulai and deposited over the extra cover boundary for 6 by Chase.
That was a good strike from Ruston Chase. Over-pitched delivery from Bulai and a little bit flat as well.
That's going to be 6 more. Shea Hope on this occasion. They're going after Bulai. It's the end of his second. He's gone for 17. End of the 23rd is 110 for 2. That's a beautiful shot. Yet another sweet on drive over mid on. This wicket is coming on nicely for Ruston Chase. Just playing through the line. End of that over from Smith. 24 gone, 118 for 2. Two full again, allowing Chase to free the arms. That one raced into the cover boundary, extra cover boundary once again. Ruston Chase looking top notch, just 1 away from a half century now. End of that Bulai over. 25 gone, 125 for 2. Taking the outside edge. And that'll be 50 for Ruston Chase. Back-to-back half centuries in this CG United Super 50. He's gonna go off to Australia in form, that's for sure. Back-to-back 50s, end of the Bulai over. And it's the end of the 27th, 128 for 2. Oh, and that's another one. Pace on from Rovman Power there. Chase through the line, through the offside this time. Wide of mid-off, 4 runs.
He is in such good form, Ruston Chase. No issues at all. Over-pitched delivery, a little bit aerial, but away.
That's short and pulled away in the air towards the man on the boundary who takes the catch. That's why he kept Bulai on. He's got a big breakthrough here, but Ruston Chase will be kicking himself. It's a long boundary out there, and he didn't clear it.
The ball was up for a long, long time. And McCarthy took it eventually, coming down. So he'd be very disappointed, Ruston Chase. He's gotten 57, caught by McCarthy over the bowling of Bulai, 139 for 3.
Catch!
Oh, aerial, straight to cover. Would you believe it? Bulai has struck twice.
Well, this is a guy ought not to be underrated. He's taking 2 wickets now. A big aerial drive, but the man at short extra cover does not drop that. O'Dean Smith corrals that nicely. Bulai gets the second wicket. Carter's gone for 3. 143 for 4.
Oh, that's really well played by Hope. Off the back foot, just checked it, but right out the middle of the bat.
This time he hit this one much harder, a little bit straighter and in front of square. Hits the bat very hard. You hear it clap. That was a very good shot. The middle of the bat 4. I think the gamble now for Ruffman Powell perhaps starting to unravel a little bit.
And that's loose from Powell. So this 4th over of the Jamaican skipper not going according to plan. 10 off the first 3 balls.
Yeah, he's done a good job keeping things tight, but now I think Shea Hope has gone into another gear. He's lost Rustin Chase.
Pulled in the air, straight to the man. Andre McCarthy again. Picked out twice in succession. He caught hold of that curtain, it went flat. But McCarthy was in about 10 yards. And that was exactly where he would have liked it.
Out of nowhere, he's trying to hit this out of the park. That's a good catch. The other one was a little bit stooping and lower. This one he took goalkeeper style. Nicholas Curtin, disappointingly, he's gone for 7. 167 for 5.
And this man a play. None. Shit.
Stroked away again through the gap. Not sure, it wasn't picked up by anyone, actually. But that's gone away for 4 runs. Through that gap, a bit too full again from Bulai. Stroked away from Shea Hope. No one moved. Not even the man on the... down at long on. No one picked it up. And that's been cut away, and that's going to go into the boundary. 4 runs. Royal spoils his over. The final delivery goes for 4. The over ends up going for 7. And it's the end of the 39th. 194 for 5.
But it was in there for quite some time. And Shea Hope has put that away magnificently. He has found the gap. Didn't even bother to run. Because he knew once that has left the bat, it was always going to be 4.
He's in again, and that's been hammered. And it's been caught, wow. Bulai hardly had to move. It was absolutely smoked by Russian Primus, but he picked out the one man on the boundary, on the onside there. And Primus goes for 15 of 18 deliveries. Scorpions back in.
Well, there was no reaction from O'Dean Smith. The catch was brilliantly taken by Bulai, but O'Dean Smith did not celebrate, as if he said, well, I got away with 1 there because it was well hit by Russian Primus. But unfortunately, he has to go. He's gone for 15. It's still 6 for 6.
Aerial and gone. Would you believe it? Straight away, Nicholson Gordon into the attack, gets the breakthrough. And you just wonder if the pressure was getting to Shea Hope. Wickets going down at the other end. Gordon strikes.
Slow delivery. Good catch. Good catch. O'Dean Smith, he was going away to his right, dying on him. And that is a wicket the Barbados Pride could ill afford to lose. Shea Hope is gone for 86. The Pride tottering at 208 for 7.
Two in the over. Nicholson Gordon take a bow, and Sir Curtly Ambrose has got a big smile on his face because he's worked closely with this man during the Caribbean Premier League. And those T20 learnings paying off for him. Jordan goes.
The Barbados pride are falling apart. Nicholson Gordon right on target. A bit of inward movement to the right-handed Jordan. Clean him up. Jubilation for Nicholson Gordon and the Jamaica Scorpions. Akeem Jordan is gone for one. The Barbados pride struggling at 209 for 8.
Asking the question, very confident and gone. And all of a sudden, things are falling apart for the Barbados pride, and it's the seam again of the Jamaica Scorpions that have guided them through.
Good straight delivery, yes. Plummy front, that would have taken middle and leg stump out. The appeal went up, yes, and it's gone. And that's what we spoke about earlier, bowling good lengths. Jomal Warwican gone for one, and it's just about the end for the Barbados pride, 213 for 9.
Well, cleans them up. And that's the victory for the Jamaica Scorpions, who roar their way back in this CG United Super 50 Cup. And they pick up their first win. Nicholson Gordon has been brilliant. His third wicket, but always led by their captain, Rovman Powell, with the bat in hand. He'll be proud of his men.
Hardly show much emotion, Captain Rovman Powell. He is that kind of player, really. Doesn't show much emotion. And Nicholson Gordon, full pitch delivery. Picking up his third wicket in this spell. Really bowled well to finish off the Barbados pride. And he celebrates. Jamaica Scorpions, the winner of this game. And Rovman Powell will be happy with the way he marshaled his troops this afternoon into this evening. Good win for the Jamaica Scorpions.
I think when you look at Powell and the decisions him and his coaching staff made coming into this game, Dennis Boulay took two very important wickets. One of Roston Chase to break a 106-run partnership. And then Jonathan Carter and himself bowling, picking up a wicket as well. And Nkrumah Bonner with some valuable runs. Those two will head off very soon. But a very important win for the Jamaica Scorpions because it now opens Zone B widely. Their next game on Saturday for the Barbados Pride were thinking for Shea Hope and his men because they gave away 104 runs in the last 10 overs. It was always going to be an uphill battle.
Giving away that many runs in the last few overs made a difference with the Jamaica Scorpions winning this game. But that's the nature of 50-over cricket. Congratulations all around. Good win for the Jamaica Scorpions to get in the win column.
Well, it was a rough start, 37 for 2 in the first 10, but that partnership allowed them to score very quickly through the middle period. Shea Hope again standing up in this 50-over format. He's addicted to run scoring in this format. But other than that, the lower order struggling. Roshan Primus, that partnership carried small hope. But when he was dismissed, you thought really could have been curtains for the Barbados Pride, ending on 213.
Pretty decent bowling card for the Jamaica Scorpions. Look at Nicholson Gordon at top of the list, 3 for 21. And 2 wickets apiece for Royal, Smith, and Bully, and 1 for Powell. As a general bowling group, I thought they stuck to the task, created pressure all throughout, hence they got the wickets and the results that we were looking for. Very well done to the Scorpions.
And they will be adding reinforcements soon. The Scorpions getting a resounding victory after they were defeated in similar fashion in their first game. A 64-run win highlighted by Rovman Powell and that demonstrative innings, 80 from 54, along with Odin Smith. And then Nicholson Gordon Smith himself and Javor Royal picking up wickets. A big win for the Scorpions.
So Barbados Pride going down to the Jamaica Scorpions in their second game. This is the situation right now as they attempt to play their third game, trying to win their second match. And as you can see, the rain is still falling here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's not looking great right now. We have to start a 20-over game by 9:06 p.m. at the latest. So that is, what, around about 48 minutes time, something like that. If we can't start then the match will be called off and both sides will share the points. Situation right now, Leeward Islands 243 for 8. That innings is over and it's all about whether we can get out there for a 20-over game with Barbados Pride having a revised target. While we wait for that situation to occur, we're going to take you back to last year's final. Played at Coolidge, and it was between the Trinidad and Tobago side and Guyana.
Secondly, as we get set for the start of this match, we see Christopher Barnwell being given the new ball. What do you make, first of all, of that decision to insert the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force? They haven't batted first throughout this tournament.
Two reasons. One, the pitch looks to be a good one, even though I don't think it will change much throughout the game. But I think there may be a bit of bounce and pace for the quickies early on. And two, yes, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force hasn't batted first yet. They've always chased and have chased very well. So it is something a little different for them now, batting first. They need to set a target.
All set for the first ball. Good start.
Well, if you're going to bowl like that, you'll be put away. Leonard Simmons making his intentions clear. This is all over number 2. Smacked it with a long one for 4. One bounce into the fence.
Just advances a little down the track, Lindell Simmons, to get that momentum, to get that swing. And he got the length that he was looking for. Gets it fine. Uses the pace, Evan Lewis, and goes away for 4. And so he's off and running with the boundary, Evan Lewis.
Badly lined delivery this time by Kevin Sinclair.
To the offside, misfield. Christopher Barnwell seems to be the guilty party. It results in a boundary. 4 overs gone, 20 without loss. Over the top from Lindell Simmons, straight back. Listen to that thud on the pavilion here at Coolidge. Just felt that he had enough of it, Lindell Simmons.
That certainly is Leonard Simmons at his best. Look at that, a good stride in, got to the pitch. And hear that big thud on top of the pavilion roof. Gave himself a bit of room as well.
Goes again. Does he get enough of it? You bet it. You bet he does. Back-to-back sixes from Lindell Simmons. Miss it and still went the distance.
Probably saying to Kevin Sinclair, enough is enough. I've seen more than enough. I'm going to go after you. Certainly another good shot. Didn't quite get hold of it the way he would have liked, but end result is still the same. And that is what matters.
Plays the fine paddle. Lindell Simmons, so he's showing his power, but on this occasion he's showing his delicacy.
Good, nice tickle, very deft.
Shot from Evan Lewis. That is a typical Evan Lewis swivel and pickup. Another 6 for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Slightly short delivery from Raymond Reefer on the leg stump. And Evan Lewis is in brilliant form. He was not going to miss out on that one. And look at that. Hiked it way over the wide final position for 6. You don't want to bowl him there, Evan Lewis. You don't do that. You don't. You do not bowl that way, Raymond Weaver. Onto the roof of the sticky wicket pavilion. Short delivery again. And smacked away for 6, Evan Lewis. That's his bread and butter. Brings up to 50 as well for the TNT Red Force. 6 overs gone, 50 without loss.
And he's got a plan. That's to be aggressive, to impose himself on this bowling, and he's done so thus far.
It's nothing more than a agricultural swipe, you'd say, from Lyndall Simmons, but it's mightily effective.
There she goes. This guy is all power, and he's showing it today.
Sweet as a nut, Evan Lewis. This comes right out of the middle. It's right in the slot. It must be said by Romario Shepherd. It's a gentle little in-swinger. Oh, it's an absolute cracker.
Goes for it this time, finds the gap, hitting with the wind. You will see this often from Lyndall Simmons.
Well, it's the commitment to the stroke which you have to admire.
This time he picks it up nicely. He's been waiting for that length to be a little bit on the short side. Doesn't commit himself. First runs off Niall Smith.
Well, if there's one place you do not bowl to Evan Lewis, it's back of a length on the hip, because he pulls that away and swivel pulls really well.
Goes over the top. Does he get enough of it? Yes, he does. Lyndall Simmons giving Romario Shepherd the charge, and just enough on it for another 6. His third 6 so far.
Lyndall Simmons on the charge and giving himself just enough room to get his arms through that. Taking on the long off fielder. Another 6 to his tally.
Worked away down to fine leg. And another boundary for Lyndall Simmons. Just using the pace of Romario Shepherd and doing so to good effect. So they're being plundered here now.
It's a bit short there from Shepherd. Thought Raymond Reefer could have gotten the wrong.
Deft touch there from Lyndall Simmons. He's showing his class. We've seen his power. We are also seeing his delicate timing.
Nice touch there from Lyndall Simmons, showing he's not only power. A bit too straight there from Udakeshimoti.
Pulled away. Magnificently played there by Evan Lewis. That's the power of the man. Quickly onto that one. Such a good pull off the cricket ball.
Too sharp from St. Clair. And Evan Lewis is always able to quickly rock back and pull those shorter deliveries.
And that's his 50. Lyndall Simmons, 22nd, listed 52nd in this tournament. Kisses that bat. The 4 Ks that motivates him these days. 15 overs gone, 108 without loss.
50 for Lyndall Simmons.
Edged, but no slip. Will he get to the boundary? That's 50 up for Evan Lewis.
50 for Evan Lewis. 50 for Evan Lewis.
50 coming up of just 40 deliveries.
In 71 minutes.
Might just be feeling that pressure to score. And there he goes, high in the air. Who wants it? Christopher Barnwell settles. And he completes the catch. With that man again, Gudakesh Moti, you can't keep him off the contest. Evan Lewis, the first to go.
J.T. Red Post losing the first wicket. Evan Lewis, he was caught off the ball with Gudakesh Moti.
Pressure built by the Jaguars. Evan Lewis advancing and not quite getting to the pitch. Offering an easy catch there to Christopher Barnwell, the one the long off boundary. But that man, Gudakesh Moti, gets another left-hander. The Right Force lose their first. Evan Lewis goes for 57. 121 for 1.
Gets this one through. It will be a boundary. We haven't seen it for a long time. Lendl Simmons, well, he's recognized. A little bit of a control being shown by the Jaguars bowlers. And he releases the pressure.
Great shot. Slightly wide of off stump this time. And cut away behind point for 4. Lendl Simmons easing the pressure somewhat.
Yep, that's really good batting by Simmons. Played the sweep shot. Pushes the bowler to go wide with a little more pace. And he's ready for it.
Pulled away leg side. Gets plenty on it. Gets the gap. It's good batting from Lendl Simmons. He's just trying to put his foot down again and stamp his authority.
Not where Moti would have been looking to bowl that one way too short. Easily helped behind square by Lendl Simmons. A welcoming boundary for him.
Swatted away by Lendl Simmons. It's a favourite area. He loves tugging the ball leg side, and it does have a good effect again. Shepherd's not happy. Wanted his man behind square. He was in front. Lendl Simmons knew all about it.
Too short, too short. Every time they've been short, Lendl Simmons has dealt with them. Bit of a slower delivery.
On the sweep, in the air. Plays it nicely. He knew exactly where the field was there, Darren Bravo. He never tries to keep this down. I reckon he's hitting this over 45 intentionally. Clever.
Darren Bravo fully aware that there was no one out on the deep square leg boundary. A very safe shot. What a shot by Darren Bravo. He's been under a bit of pressure in this over 3 dots. Previously bowled to him. He hits this one on the up. Over long off.
2 full for Mario Shepherd. Right in the arc for Darren Bravo, just to swing through the arms. It's a great shot. Bravo on the sweep. Plays it well. Plays it too well for the man in the deep. Moti can't reel it in.
Another sweet shot by Darren Bravo. This time, this one in front of square. I think they have to change this field. Shot. Oh, almost in the road from Darren Bravo. Big hit. 200 up for the Red Force.
Brilliant shot. Absolutely marvellous from Darren Bravo. His second maximum. Second 6 fairly quick succession too. It's flighted, it's in the slot. Beautiful connection. Slashed over offside. What a shot that is. Absolutely crunching stroke from Darren Bravo. Well, 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 the last 10 minutes he's really lighting up Coolidge.
Give her room. And he carves this one on the up over extra cover. And Mario Shepherd continues to go for runs.
And the charge helps it. That's really clever. Lendl Simmons gave Mario Shepherd the dummy. And Shepherd fell for it. Hook, line and sinker. Brilliant batting.
Sold him there. Just a shimmy down the wicket. Going short and slow. But 2 straight, no fine leg.
And he's played that shot really good today, all day, Lindell Simmons. Another 4 for him, moves on to 98.
What we've seen from Lindell Simmons is more his mind at work than his technical ability.
2 is the call. He'll be pushing for it. And Darren Bravo responds. And that's the moment for Lindell Simmons. His 7th List A century and 2nd century in this tournament. And what a time to get that. Again, he shows that 4K is on his back, his motivation, and what a day to get another 100. It just shows how much it means to this Trinidad and Tobago opening batsman.
Taken. Goes for this slash. It was wide outside the off stump. And Romario Shepherd diving away to his right. Holds on.
Disappointment for Darren Bravo. End of a fine partnership between himself and Lindell Simmons. Just peels away from the outside part of the bat. And look at that catch. Absolutely brilliant from Romario Shepherd. Made no mistake. 2nd wicket falls for the Red Force. Bravo goes for 47, 221 for 2. But this one is powerfully struck. Just 1 bounce into the boundary. Picked up that one quickly. Nicholas Pooran ends the over on a high. Smacked away. Lindell Simmons brutally hit over deep mid-wicket with the wind. And is it the intention to score now from Lindell Simmons?
That's an excellent shot. Just slug swept on length. Lindell Simmons covers the line of the ball. Plays that front leg.
There he goes, Nicholas Pooran. Listen for the thud. And there it is. On the grandstand here at Coolidge. What a blow.
Gets it wrong. That's in the slot. Raymond Reefer has to get the Yorker right. Might be better advised bowling a defensive Yorker outside the line of the off stump.
And there he goes again, Nicholas Pooran. This time it goes even further. Not too sure if that ball will be returned. Powerful strike off the cricket ball. 2 6s in the over so far. And we might just be in for that treat.
Well, an extra sweeper through the offside wouldn't help. It was slow. It was again in the slot. So length the issue here for Reefer.
He goes again for another 6 in this over. Nicholas Pooran, 3 6s. Expensive over once again. 20 from it, 41 gone. 263 for 2. That's overboard. Slashed away. Nicholas Pooran gets another boundary. Not a bad ball, but skillful enough to get it to the boundary, Nicholas Pooran.
He's been very expensive, Romario Shepherd. Struggling a bit with his execution. His strength at this stage of the innings is to get the ball to just sway away from the left-hander, sway into the right-hander.
Too long off. And gets a 4, gets another 4. Not missing his length by much, but against these guys, Nicholas Pooran, if you miss marginally, you're still going to be punished.
When he's on the attack, he has that ability to pick the gaps, which he does on this occasion.
knowing that he's got to break his wrist a little bit more.
Smacked. Absolutely smacked by Nicholas Pooran. The predictability now of the line. It's becoming too obvious from Romario Shepherd, and he's making them pay. Races along.
Was in the slot. Didn't get it that full. Put it in the half volley, Nicholas Pooran.
Up in the air. Fielder settles on it. Gudakesh Moti completes the catch. Showed good composure. Gudakesh Moti close to the boundary rope. And success for Romario Shepherd.
The expression says it all. Got away on that occasion, it was there. Maybe just trying to hit with too much bottom hand, not trying to time that shot. Nicholas Pooran went high into the air, didn't get the distance. Good catch under pressure. Gudakesh Moti Pooran, he's done the job. 59 from 15. It's 288 for 3.
On the paddle, it might be a no ball as well. We'll just keep an eye on the umpire all the way. Lendl Simmons, that is not a shot you see Lendl Simmons play all that often, but he executes it absolutely superbly well.
Full toss by Niall Smith. Played it very well. And went all the way for 6 as well.
Slashed away. Ah, it's brilliant batting. One bounce, 4 over extra cover. Full toss, yes. Put away brilliantly.
That's a sign of a man in form. Lendl Simmons, full toss. Smack over extra.
Gives himself room. Swats it away. It's in the gap. It's easy picking, like taking candy from the Guyanese baby.
Short delivery of Romario Shepherd. He's really having a rough day today. He's certainly not the quickest of pitches. Short delivery. Simmons slapped it away. I reckon it should have been better going full and wide of off stump.
Up in the air. Should be caught, is caught. Shimon Hetmar makes no mistake. It was in the slot, but he found the man. Gets it on the toe of the bat, and it's a marvellous innings, but it comes to an end for Lendl Simmons.
Couldn't get the elevation required. Seemed to have hit very low down on the bat and just lobbed up to Shimon Hetmyer at mid-off. And the fantastic innings of Leonard Simmons comes to an end. 146 from 145 deliveries. TNT Red Force, 309 for 4.
Does he get the gap? I think he does. He gets it nicely. Excellent from Dinesh Ramdin. Hasn't got the most power, Dinesh Ramdin, but if you bowl length or short of length, can generate power on the pull shot. It's not great bowling again from Shepherd.
Certainly not. Short delivery on leg stump, ably pulled away by Dinesh Ramdin. There's a fine leg and I'm on a deep back of square. Had no chance. Very good shot, rolling the wrist.
Full toss, hoiked away. 4 more.
Certainly has gone wrong today for Romario Shepherd. Just can't seem to get it right at all. He usually bowled good Yorkers, but today has deserted him in a big way.
Yeah, normally slides that Yorker into middle and leg stump pretty well. Obviously confidence has been hit, so sometimes maybe doubting yourself as a bowler when you're running in. Clobbered, absolutely clobbered into the fence. Nearly took Shepherd out, nearly took the umpire out, took the advertising hoarding out.
That was hit with tremendous power. Talking about Kyron Pollard, the captain, we know how powerful he is. Now look at that. Almost killed Romare Shepherd and the umpire as well.
Clobbered, sounded great off the bat, sounded really good off the bat, into the TNT dugout.
That is exactly where you don't want to bowl at this stage of the innings. Short ball, not much pace on it, and was clobbered over wide long off a 6 by Dinesh Ramdin. And that brings up the 100 of Romare's bowling.
Turn up. Good hit from Dinesh Ramdin. Yeah, brilliant. Top-class bowling. Fantastic full, fast Yorker into leg stump. He saw Pollard shuffling to offside, so he arrowed in on that leg stump. Execution was spot on.
Well done, young man. You deserve that wicket. Right up in the block hole. And Kyron Pollard, the captain, moved across to the offside too much and was bowled. He wouldn't be too worried about that, Kyron Pollard. He's gone for a little cameo 23 from 16 deliveries. TNT Red Force 357 for 5.
Playing a miss. Don't decide to take the keeper on, which is rather surprising. Fantastic last over. It may have gone for 10, but he picked up a wicket. Niall Smith should be very, very pleased with his performance today. 1 for 59 from his 9. 362 for 5, though, for TNT.
Massive score made by Trinidad and Tobago in last year's final, and that proved to be more than enough for Guyana. They won the game and are the defending champions. Now, unfortunately, the weather has finally defeated us here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The two captains, Shea Hope and Jamar Hamilton, shaking each other's hands when they're informed by the umpires that there isn't enough time to restart this game. 9:06 local time, in about 20 minutes was when we had to start a 20-over hit from the Barbados side. And unfortunately, we haven't got enough time to get the ground ready until then. So the points are shared by the Barbados Pride and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. It means the Hurricanes still sitting pretty at the top of the table. They've still got a 4-point gap as well. The Pride go up to second now, having got those 2 points ahead of the Scorpions and the West Indies Academy, who are on 4. But it looks a real fight to get into that top 2, particularly the Pride, Scorpions and the Academy, who are all close together in points. It's the top 2 after 6 games that will go through to the semi-finals. The Barbados Pride get another chance to try and catch the Leeward Islands at the top of the table in the next game. We've got a day off, and then we're back on Tuesday. The Pride taking on the Scorpions for the second time already in this CG United Super 50 Cup. The Scorpions won that game. The Pride could really do with winning the next one. So could the Scorpions, to be fair. It's a massive, massive game. Do join us. We'll be on air at 1:30 local time. We'll see you on Tuesday.
Straight Australia. I'm taking again. That man's Zachary McCarski.
Get it now, get it now! Oh. Hold there, boy. Hold there. Get it now! Get it now! Hold on. Get your first, Kamari. Hold on. Get your first, Kamari. Hold on. Get your first, Kamari.
Border.
Get your first, Omari.
Go. Nice. Catch it though, Carter. Goodness. Catch it though, Carter. Goodness. Ay, ay, ay. Got it!